Yeah. Welcome back, everybody, to Esports U. My name is Keelan Miles, casting with Sai once again tonight, as we are hopping onto the ECAC stream up in the eastern side of the country to take on, or see NJCU take on Husson University.
Yes, we got more awesome Smash coming up for you guys. If you've been watching the Esports U streams throughout the weekend, you'll know this is actually the three-peat for us. Very happy to be back at it again. Very pleased to be joined back with you, Miles. And thank you for doing a whole bunch of research, because it looks to me like we've got some really, really talented players in the bunch here. Specifically, I was looking through and I was looking at Hydra, and it looks like they got some really awesome results. They are an incredibly talented Palutena player. They're very experienced when it comes to Wi-Fi. I think a lot, from what it seems like, a lot of their momentum as a player has come from Wi-Fi. So, of course, a Wi-Fi collegiate event is going to be perfectly right up their alley, and that is definitely going to be a big threat. But we're going to be cutting in pretty soon. We've got NJCU versus Husson University, and I'm just as excited as you all are to get into this.
Yeah, I know quite a bit about NJCU, and I'll be dumping that on you all throughout the night. But yeah, NJCU definitely a team to watch, but Husson a definite chance to get an upset here as we're going into the game and see how they're doing thus far. I'm not sure who they're sending in first, but well, I do know NJCU, even though I once was on NJCU stream all the time. Well, they got some new players, and one of them is Royer Zamu right here. As right off the bat, it is going to be Husson sending in GCAP on the Wolf against Zamu on the Samus, who immediately has some really good stage control right now. Look at that, dropping the mine to cover the spot dodge, and then immediate up B as well. Every option that GCAP wants to go for is just covered.
We talk about how fast Samus is racking all this damage. Like, typically when you see Samus get like a strong start, it's normally from like a point blank charge shot that led to, like, you know, a down throw or like a couple areas or something to that degree. But right now it was like Zamu was just really cooking, just covering a lot of different options, getting a lot of traps with the down B, catching those spot dodges. But unfortunately, we did just get some out of the arena. So
Yeah.
that's that.
Yeah, if
Definitely
I
looked like Zamu was off to
appreciate
an explosive start, though.
Yeah, I appreciate all your patience. Now, I do know that it actually rang a bell for me that, once I saw that Samus moving, I have seen Zamu before. I have seen Zamu move. I think they're a newer player. They came in, maybe last season, and as you can see, they make waves in these crew battles. I think Samus is just overall so good for crew battles because Samus might have some bad matchups. She might, well, okay, not as good matchups. But the
Yeah,
one
thank
thing
you.
she excels at, I think she's maybe one of the best. I think she might be the best ledge trapper in the game. And so many players just crumble at the ledge if you hold them there. And that can just make up for any losing matchups you may run into.
I think Samus is honestly, since I used to live with Samus, and I've always known, but I think Samus has just been crazy good the entire time. We did see a big push for her results in LMBM, where there were, I believe, there were 4 in top 16. So even as of the most recent ranking, Samus, as far as popularity according to the Orion ranks and Baron Loop, is actually hit the top 5 of the most popular characters being played in tournament, at least at the current month that just passed by. So yeah, I'm not surprised at all. Zamu definitely looked like he had a strong command of the character. He was actually a really aggressive Samus, and that's always cool to see. But yeah, I think the character is super good. I think she's very underrated, and I think her meta just got such a big push from the last big tourney. I think it's only going to go forward from here, especially if we're kind of dipping our toes back into the Wi-Fi area potentially, Wi-Fi era. So.
Yeah, and that is just some of what they have to offer. Let's just take a look down the rundown. We have the co-captain in right now, GCAB from Husson. Yeah, I believe that's how you say it. Who actually from up in New Hampshire, but coming on down to play. And there are a bunch of other pretty talented players too. They've got a lot of character coverage, but as you can see, like NJCU, if I know one thing about them, they've got a very good coach, Coach Jigs, and Jigs makes sure that they have they have top tier privilege, I'll be honest. And specifically, they have Wi-Fi top tier privilege. They got Palutena, Pac-Man, Samus, Luigi. They got everything you could ask for and more. Actually, I think Zigglet may have moved on from NJCU, but still, they're
Yeah,
just so
Uh,
hard.
Pac-Man and Palu alone, I could see like dominating a crew battle. Pac-Man's playstyle, especially if he's like forced to play defensively, is just so hard to get in on. It's so hard to like deal with that, especially with the added challenges that come with online. Like options like Bell out of Shield are just honestly just really strong any format of the game. We've seen T ranking really really high currently. I'm pretty sure T is somewhere like I think it was like top five or something. Also, I misspoke when I was checking the results for characters. Samus was not number 5; she was number 4. So she's even more popular than I thought she was already. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a huge problem for the opposite team. But pretty soon here, we should be getting the technical issues figured out, and we should know where we stand as far as the crew battle. If anyone is just tuning in and is unfamiliar with the crew battle, it is 3 teams with 3 players with 3 stocks each, fighting a best of 3. So 3 is the magic number here. Um, Samus is probably really good at preserving her stocks. I imagine trying to like force your way in on a Samus can like get you bodied really hard. And if she really needs to like hold onto a stock and like try to force a second one out, she has so many great options. Up B out of shield is just kind of a nuisance if you're not ready for it. She's got, as you said, a really strong ledge trapping game. So yeah, there's a lot that could happen here. But of course, we won't know exactly what happens until we fade back into the match, which will be ending shortly. And yeah, we can update you more then.
Mm-hmm. And we are just gonna go for a little break as we get everything hammered out right at the beginning, so we don't have to keep you waiting in between every match now. We're gonna get everything fixed up right now on this little break. When we return, NJCU versus Husson University will be back. Welcome back, everybody, to ECAC Action. We are here as NJCU versus Husson is taking place. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of a connection issue in that first match, but it was actually Husson. Husson? All right, I'm gonna get that pronunciation, but
I believe in
they
you.
actually took the lead, which is surprising. As I said, NJCU has historically been incredibly strong in ECAC, but well, college rosters are slippery. Players come and go. They've got finals, they've got harder classes, and esports doesn't always take priority. So I'm
No, no, no,
curious
no, no.
how NJCU is holding up.
Well, yeah, I mean, honestly, the start looked like it was a very, very strong start. Zama, shout out to GCAP being able to pull that off, especially, I mean, considering how far he was down. End up taking that game, and now we've got Wolf coming in against Purple. Apparently, very strong package. And I think if you have a chance to speak more as you have to talk about, Wolf's pretty different. Wolf is really strong. I feel like he's probably pretty good in this sport. A lot of projectiles, scary on paper, but Wolf being able to like this, but it's going to be not just a lot of conditioning that Purple's going to have to deal with. But we might have to be sent out again.
Yeah,
Gosh, I hate to see it.
yeah, I apologize, everyone. We're getting everything set up here in this new season of ECAC. There's gonna be some kinks to work out as the season goes on. It's only gonna get better from here. And, well, we're trying our best. You've got the Kilo Miles guarantee. But either way, um, I
Let's
mean,
let's dissect what we saw. I saw a Pac-Man combo, and I was just like, dang. And that was it. Really didn't see
yeah,
much more. It's really these are really tough. Just Nintendo's arena system is just very wonky, and I mean, maybe if we get really lucky, maybe there'll be some changes in the future. I know they made changes in previous patches before, but now that the final character is here, probably very little gonna come from it. I don't really know. I don't want to be pessimistic, but yeah, it's just tough. Like sometimes, you run a Wi-Fi event and there's no hiccups and it goes super smooth. Sometimes there's stuff popping in at random. It's very much just chaos that we can't really control. But we are gonna cut to a break for a moment. We're gonna try to hop back in if we can for maybe the next match. But yeah, we'll see you in a few moments. All right. Thanks for joining us again. Welcome back to the ECAC Collegiate Smash Finals. And we are going to be running back in after a little bit of technical difficulties. We are going to have Blighted coming in. Purple was able to take that over GCAB, but GCAB did take 2 stocks before he was eliminated. So Purple's coming in with just 1 stock to Blighted's full 3, giving us a score of 6-4 with Husson University in the lead against NJCU.
Yeah. And this is pretty huge, if I'm going to be honest. I mean, Purple, I don't know how clutch they are, but it's going to be tough to get a significant lead back. I mean, like you said, it's 6-4 right now, and it's probably only gonna get worse. Though I feel like Pac-Man does have the survivability to maybe just scrape out a stock in a last hit scenario. And to give a brief update, we're trying yet another season. I thank you all for your patience as we're getting through this, figuring out this all out together. And Timothy Blight is on the go against this Pac-Man. That's interesting right there. I didn't. That reflector Pac-Man has, like, the best reflector in the game easily. And with all of Pac-Man's projectiles, it's going to be very hard. You can see just already using that as a pressure tool and to just, I mean, it's a hitbox too.
Yeah, Purple's going to have to play an extremely careful control. Not only just because you can't necessarily, like, run the roll or projectiles, but also, Falco's combo game is out of the world, arguably one of the best combo games in the entire and it's not so Purple's gonna have to like kind of scrap a little bit. Falco has to, I mean, Pac-Man has to do it. He's got solid frame data, he's got great handling, all the Falco, especially for players like O'Day, one mistake can really cost you that.
Yeah, and using this laser is a kind of, I'd say pressure tool, but it's more of an annoyance tool. Because it doesn't do that much damage, it doesn't do that much hit stun unless you're on stage. It really just makes you think twice anytime you're trying to approach, but the bell actually interrupts the forward smash right there. But right now, you can see Purple is holding on to this lead.
I'm going to be honest, Pac-Man forward smash, even at center stage, is only at second. That's not bad, just because Pac-Man F smash is out way more. And this back throw might be, almost fire! Absolutely careful not to cover. It is 6-4. That's a tough hill to climb, especially with that right now.
And before we talk about that anchor, I think Purple might be able to do this, but the pressure is on. Momentum swung towards Blighted, and it hasn't really come back yet, my friend, as the factor still will not kill. It's projectiles online. You've got the bell. You've got that, but the key goes right through the fire hydrant. I thought it was a bell too. And Blighted pulled right along with me.
Really need to make sure that the needle right there because of course, there's a big threat coming, but if that gets Dunzo, looks like Blighter's gonna take that after going down to that first shot. So unbelievably good. Falco no different than the other two. But yeah, that is going to force NJC to come into this with 3 stocks against the next 5. So Hydra presumably is going to be their captain, correct? Hydra, the Palutena player?
Yeah, I would think so. I can't imagine any other scenario here. I know NJCU has some players, specifically one of Hydra's friends who they insist is just as good as Hydra offline, but is just a little bit worse online.
Mm-hmm.
But in a 5v3 situation, it's gotta be Hydra, right?
Yeah, you gotta send the boy in, of course. So I'm sure we'll have them come in just a moment. I think the main thing here is that Purple, he was able to take that stock before he died, and it was crucial. Even if you can't, I mean, asking somebody to like fully even things back up, that's a big ask. I totally get it, especially against a character like Falco. But it was really, really clutch that he was able to take the one that he took. And considering the way he took it with the key against Falco in like a high pressure, like last stock situation, really good awareness from throwing it just the right time. It was right when the reflector ended. I think if Blight had just decided to just do nothing and just spam reflector for a few seconds, I think the reversal would have happened and he would have died. So, really good awareness by Purple to know Blight's game plan and kind of get a good read on what he likes to do in those pressure situations, high pressure situations.
Yeah, and I did see a little bit of overuse of that reflector too. Like they weren't really getting a lot off of it. If anything, they were just reflecting the water, which is an
Mm,
annoyance. But think about it. You have the end lag of the reflector versus being pushed a tiny little bit. Like I feel like definitely Purple was getting the better end of that interaction there, even if
yeah,
they weren't really doing anything, you know?
if anything, you want to get the hydrant itself back. And there was a point where he was trapped on the ledge and he was just kicking the reflector at the hydrant over and over again, which isn't bad. I think he could have maybe tried to time it a little better or do some damage beforehand to try to make it a more threatening ledge trap because Purple was able to just kind of roll right in and just ignore that. But that's a situation where like Falco can really spell disaster for you. Like if you like, let's say Pac-Man's going for like one of his best ledge options, which is just like ledge jump, Galaxia, he throws that, like, yeah, that could be really threatening, but that also would lose to Falco's reflector. Or if he activated the hydrant, that also could kill Pac-Man off the stage. So it was a scary situation, but Purple was able to navigate it and a couple others. And I think that's really what it came down to when it mattered for him taking that one stock he was able to take. But still, Hydra is going to have to come in and take 5, and that is quite the task. Not impossible. GCAP just took 5 with Wolf, so who knows? Maybe Hydra can pay it back in spades, but I guess we'll see in a moment.
Yeah, now this is one thing that I don't want to sit here and reflect on the past, but as I have mentioned before, I am very familiar with NJCU and their roster has changed quite a bit. But they used to have a roster where every single player was capable of 9 stocking.
Oh
I'm not even
gosh.
kidding here.
Oh
Um,
god.
they were the Titans, but it's collegiate. Players move on, hobbies change, and so they've got a new roster here. I mean, I know Purple has been with the team for a bit, and the question is, Hydra is the long-standing member. Hydra and Coach Jigs. How has the training been? How has the skill level been gradually increasing? Like, is this just a bit of nerves, or is the balance shifting more towards Hydra being the main player? That's the question I've got to look out for. I mean, right away, Zamu and Purple both had a lot of potential early on,
Mhm.
but we didn't really get to see a lot of what panned out. So if we get a little more, obviously technical difficulties, we'll get to see more of them in the next crew battle. But I I want to see if they're living up to the legacy that NJCU has, or if well, Hydra is really the sole Baron against Husson. And meanwhile, Husson, they're looking powerful. Every
Hudson's
single
looking
one of
really
their
good.
players has been very well, they got all spacies for one thing, which is not a bad archetype to have all of, and they also just seem very well rounded.
Mhm. Mhm. I think the main thing here is that I mean, the short answer, of course, Hydra needs to lose as few stocks as possible because duh, that's how the game works. But it would be, I think, the only way to really, really stay in this is to take to lose at most one stock against against Blighter and like try to make a full comeback for the final player. Because other than that, if Hydra has to go into the final, let's say Hydra is successful and has to go into this, with just one stock left against 3, it's just gonna be really tough. Really, no matter how you slice it, um, you Hydra's just gonna have to like pull out something insane and just if Hydra is as good as we've been hearing, we're gonna have to see it. But we are gonna be cutting into the game for that in just a moment. Again, Hydra does play Palutena. I feel like Palutena Falco is probably a pretty solid matchup for Palu. I think our matchup spread is generally pretty good. But let's cut into the game and let's see how this is gonna go down.
I do know. Yeah, I was about to say I do know Hydra was working on an Aegis when last we spoke, but nah, I think just back to the Palu, especially online. I mean, Aegis online has a reputation, but I think Palu is just overall more consistent.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Like, not
All
that
right.
Palu has to react, but a lot of her combos are more guaranteed rather than follow-ups and frame traps. And well, it's
Now, if
also just
Hydra, sorry, go for it.
go ahead.
Well, if Hydra wants to take this back, Hydra's going to have to be extremely careful in their approaches. Again, Falco is an extremely high damage output character due to the fact that so many tools, even from his shield, can like lead to these combos. You know, falling neutral air, falling fair, up tilt, of course, being like the biggest culprit that we're all, you know, consistently getting bodied by. So Hydra's going to have to be extra careful. Right now, it's looking just about even. In percents, I'm not 100% sure exactly what's going through Hydra's mind, but that was a great read. Town and City being a good counter pick too. Those back airs are going to be killing pretty early. That one almost did, just at 80%. But of course, Falco can benefit from that too, nearly taking the stock at only 84 in response to that forward air.
Yeah, it feels like Hydra's just kind of waking up now, getting that back air. Hopefully getting his edge guard. Yeah, Hydra's option coverage off stage is one thing that he is honestly kind of famous for, but a little bit of a whiff right there. Didn't get the back air out in time, but the down air, that's definitely going to hit.
Yeah, big scramble coming in, but it is going to work out in Hydra's favor. Let's see if he can take a quick stock. If he is able to take this stock and preserve that 96% he has right now, things will be even. 50% on Blighted, no air dodge either. Tons of damage coming from him, just narrowly missing that 2-frame with the down tilt. But boy, that was a whole lot of pressure. And it looks like Blighted is a little bit overwhelmed and dies really early to that back air on Town and City, which is exactly what I was afraid of. So now, NJC has totally evened this back up, and it's going to be a full-on 3-stock versus 3-stock match against the remaining player on Husson's team.
Even
Even.
just like that. Like I said, Hydra is honestly a different beast, and Hydra, when you see a top player, again, I think I had mentioned this if you had seen our previous streams on Esports U. Top players, they just play at a different pace. By the time you're like picking up on the option, they're already like 5 steps ahead of you. And when people say 5 steps ahead, it's a kind of overused phrase. Top players are literally 5 steps ahead. They're adapting before you have even decided what your next choice is. They're like, yeah, a player of this level, they're probably going to jump when they're panicking like this. And they're already throwing out the back air and you're already dead.
Yeah, and honestly, it was so close at the start of that. Like, Blighted and Hydra were in like a really crazy scramble trying to fight for the ledge. You know, Falco and Palutena both have like kind of mediocre recoveries, both of which can get like hard punish if the opponent is like on their game. But they were just a frame off here and there, just going back and forth, scrambling, trying to find a way to seal that stock out. Hydra eventually got it with a reversal dare, and then immediately just got a 0 death on Blighted, who I think was still kind of that panicky scramble mode. They're just like, all right, well, we have a lead. I don't want to blow the lead. I want to make sure that, you know, our anchor is coming in to do as little work as possible. And maybe while Blighted was trying to figure out what to do from there, especially since it was so close, he was so close taking that stock initially. Hydra just smelled blood in the water and went crazy with that last stock.
Mm-hmm. Yes. We are getting ready to go in. It's going to be Bounce coming up next. Now let's take a look here. Bounce has a plethora of characters, but from the tag and from the character list they gave, Bounce. That is the name of a move in the game, and it is a move attached to none other than Dragon Quest hero himself. And, well, I honestly think Hero is a sleeper pick. Like, Hero's just good.
Hero,
Without even using down B. Like, you know?
I fully agree. I think I'll save my personal thoughts for heroes. Okay. Oh, they're going Byleth. Okay, never mind.
Okay.
All right, let's reset. So we are going to have a battle now of, in my opinion, the 2 best nairs in the game, in Byleth and Palutena. Link being like ancient, because that's crazy, but it's not this crazy. And as you can see, both players immediately just coming in, spinning at each other, seeing who can get their first confirmed starter with these two players. But right now, it looks like Hydra, 83% already forcing Bounce off stage, and he's playing at a way faster pace than it looks like Bounce can handle.
The one thing I'm happy
to so far.
Bounce seems very aware of the fact that Palu doesn't really have that good of an opening for covering that tether. I mean, you've got down tilt, but online it's very difficult to connect that. But once you're above Palutena, that's where the struggle comes in, as you get tripped up by those cancels.
Well, that was a full-on 0 death, even without successfully getting the 2-frame with that down tilt. It looks like it just wasn't needed at all, because Hydra is still yet to be hit. And here we go, starting another string already. so much pressure. Bounce is consistently trying to find a way to shield grab, but Hydra's movement is just so stellar. He's just kind of coming in with the nairs. He's always retreating away. He's always got a backup plan, and he's just punishing every defensive option Bounce is throwing out. He has yet to hit him, and he SDs. It's insane to me that at one point, NJCU was down 5 stocks to 3, and it looks like they might actually win this crew battle with 3 stocks on their side because Hydra is different.
Is it going to be a JV? Hold on. Hydra is unstoppable on a rampage. Avoiding that forward air as well with a hard forward smash read as well. Thinking of going deep, but just threatening the option. The ledge, jumping up from the ledge and trying to grab doesn't work out either, as they're just going for panic option at this point. The down air, the forward air, but none of them are connecting side as the forward smash finally finishes the ball. That's a JV4 for Hydra right there, saying you've got to bring a better than your A game if you want to get even a touch on this goddess.
That was a masterclass in just reading your opponent. Bounce literally did 0 damage. Hydra didn't even take damage from like being in the blast zone. This is the first JV4 I've ever seen while casting. I've seen people get close. That was disgusting. That JV4 was under 2 minutes as well. I'm not sure. It seems like Bounce has a plethora of characters. When you go back in there, it can't be Byleth. You can't run Byleth. You got Hero. I mean, if nothing else, Hero at least has like the random effect. You know, Hero can cause so much chaos, and Hero's very unpredictable. But that Byleth was looking very predictable to Hydra because he never got touched. I cannot believe what we just saw. So NJCU is going to go up the first game in the most dominant fashion I've ever seen in a crew battle, especially coming from behind. They went down 5 stocks and they won by 3. That's horrifying.
I have been in the ECAC community since I started in Smash commentary. This is where I started out. And when I came into the community, Hydra was pretty much the best player in the entire community. And then when I took my little hiatus from ECAC, Hydra was still probably the best player. And they have only gotten better since I last saw them. Like, they have only gotten better. Like, the gap keeps widening as Hydra improves as a player, brings his team with him, and is just constantly, unendingly demolishing teams again and again and again.
I'm nearly speechless. All I know is, one, Bounce, I'm rooting for you, but team morale on Husson University has to be just absolutely at its lowest. It's going to take a lot to mentally bounce back from that, I think. No pun intended, bounce back. But, I mean, hopefully they figure something out. I mean, they know Hydra's going to be their anchor again. Oh, Hydra's just starting. Maybe Hydra just wants to start off with the strongest momentum they can. And even if Hydra does lose a couple stocks here and there, Zamu's looking pretty clean too. So sending Hydra in against ECAC, who was able to make that comeback against Zamu, is also a strategy. But boy, oh boy.
If you remember correctly, it was GCAB who also took 5 stocks, the same amount as Hydra. So it's possible that they really just want to get this threat out of the way, just in case. I mean, already, GCAP does have a lead against Hydra, and even though Wolf is now off stage and is 2-frame, they're getting quite a lot done.
I wasn't sure I was going to go down. If nothing else, I wasn't concerned that the F-Smash might connect for the win box. Being able to push Wolf's mediocre recovery off stage was an option, but despite that, Politania getting that double jump up air, I honestly don't know how much I like letting Politania have this stage, because I see her kill with the extension from the PS2 platforms all the time. Nearly every single time I've seen her play on the stage, she's getting an early stock. She was only at 98%. Wolf is decently heavy to my knowledge. Not heavy, but you know, she's not light.
Yeah, it might just be a comfort factor, but you gotta account that Hydra's plenty comfortable too. Look at this, already getting a lot of damage on, and I haven't seen a laser in a while. I haven't seen enough distance between them in a while, because Hydra's not missing these edge guards, not missing these 2-frames, not, well, whiffing the grabs, but I'm gonna blame the nerf on that.
Well, the reasonable nerf on that, by the way. Now, if nothing else, it definitely looks like Hydra is literally playing at just double the speed of the entire Husson team right You see GCAP trying to slow it down, trying to get some blasters out, getting, tagged in the face with projectiles of his own, with considerably more knockback too. I mean, slowing the pace down is really what matters the most right now, and maybe even if you can take this first stock somehow. But other than that, Hydra just looks untouchable.
Issue is, Sai, the pace is being slowed down, but not by GCAB. It's Hydra who took the second to take a deep breath and make GCAB sweat. As right now, Hydra is just trying to avoid any stray hits in neutral, and it's all dash attack. He's got the blaster hitbox right there. You got an opening, but now you got Hydra at max rage.
I think if Hydra ends up with another 3-stock, that's just going to be like kind of an emotional checkmate for Husson. They're sitting in their player that did the absolute best, that took 5 stocks prior, but he's down 2 stocks against the player that made an enormous comeback last time. Actually, at this point, Hydra is still yet to lose a stock. GCAB, once again, being bullied off stage, caught with that down tilt 2-frame, another forward smash, not going to land just yet. But even when GCAB is successfully getting back on the stage, which always nets him like taking 40-50%, he doesn't really get anything out of it. I mean, Hydra's at 184%, but how is GCAP going to find this kill? Maybe go for something crazy like an on-stage side B or something, but it looks like he's about to get 3-stock if he isn't super careful from here on out.
He's going for jump reads and everything, but it's only the lasers that are really connecting, as Hydra once again slowing the pace of this down. They want this 3-stock. They want to bring this momentum into the latter half of the game as Wolf is off stage again, and you're able to get the 2-frame with the explosive flame. Now you're above Palutena,
okay,
but you're able to get a grab, finally a stock.
Okay. It was extremely important to take that stock. Gonna die right after from the up smash, but this still, I mean, it's better than them going in, 6 to 9, but yeah, this is still going to be really tough for Husson, because if GCAB was apparently he's the co-captain of the team. If GCAB was your battering ram and your strategy is start off with GCAB and kind of like eliminate the threat there and then just do cleanup after, GCAB's out of there. Hydra still got 2 stocks. Bounce got GV forward, so you don't really want to send him in yet. My guess is they're going to have to send in Blighted as a response, but yeah, this is looking extremely good for NJCU. And they still have Zamu, because from a little bit we saw from Zamu was looking super good too.
Yeah, I mean, GCAB, you have to understand, GCAB was moving. From what we saw of them, briefly in the early percents, did you see the combos they got on Hydra? Like,
Yeah, it was really good.
It was not bad. It's an issue though, where like, once a top player gets you in disadvantage, you don't even leave it between stocks. Even when you reset to neutral, you're not really resetting to neutral. You're still trying to make up for that deficit that's been building up, and it just keeps snowballing. It just keeps getting worse, and Hydra's proven just how bad it can get. I mean, again, JV4 on stream.
I
Yeah.
might be going to clip that myself. I'm not gonna lie. But if someone didn't clip it already, I might be going in there to clip it just from my own.
Yeah, for your own benefit. Uh-huh.
Brutal. I'm rooting for you, Husson. I hope you find a solution. But right now, it looks like Hydra is your number 1 threat. And good luck. I don't know. Good luck, guys. I don't know what to say.
I have been told this is Husson's first season in ECAC, and if so, welcome. You have been chosen as demonstration that NJCU isn't quite ready to give up their crown yet.
And you said they were the returning champions, correct, in the series? Like they
Yes,
won
I know they were a 2-time champion. They lost once, but if I remember correctly, they won the last one. So yeah, they're doing just fine. They avenged themselves, and they are looking fine and dandy.
Yeah,
with some
real good to me. I don't know.
with some nice new, like, it's a very different style than what I saw previously. Like, but the keynote, I genuinely believe aggression is so much more powerful than defense. I mean, defense is really powerful, but for making it through a tournament, for not getting upset, keeping people in disadvantage is not, like, once you get to the top level, defense is broken. I will be entirely honest. But before then, when you're just trying to avoid getting upset, making sure the other player can't play the game is the way to do that. And in these collegiate leagues, aggression definitely busted.
It's also a play style that they might not be fully comfortable with. Like, yeah, you might have, your aggro friend here and there, but like that level of aggression, and it wasn't like just it wasn't like chaotic, like mashing or anything either. Like you could definitely tell that Hydra was putting on a ton of pressure with both the rising theirs and the back airs, but it was also being really keen about how they respond. Like I saw so many failed shield grabs that worked out in Hydra's favor because Hydra's just so good about knowing when their opponent is going to press any button and just punishing whatever it is. Between both bounce and GCAP, like they were choosing different options, they were trying to mix it up, but it looked like Hydra was just really, really prepared to dominate the neutral.
Yes, now we've got Dinoco coming in. Joker player, I believe one of the newer players they have. But we'll see how they perform right here.
All right, let's see what they can do a little bit differently. Joker is, of course, arguably top three in the meta. Palutena not very far behind, so definitely a battle of the top tiers here. But once again, Hydra starting off with this really early lead. I kind of wonder what Dinoco's going to do in disadvantage differently than his teammates. He has the option to counter. Now he's got Arson counter on deck, so he has some solid defensive options on him. But right now, it looks like it's still just the Hydra show, just honestly just dominating for the entire squad.
The scary thing is, I saw that counter get flashed twice, and Hydra punished it hard both times, and with the 2-frame on our send recovery into the back air, Hydra's not looking to let up the pressure quite yet, 35% already, and there's the third Rebels guard I've seen that has been completely gotten no mileage whatsoever. Yeah, you're getting Arsene, sure, but what are you gonna do with it? You're off stage with Arsene? Is that really where you want to be?
Like, look how aggressive this is. Hydra tried to go for like a neutral air dodge read into a down air punish, whiffs it, and then comes back immediately with a neutral air and just starts winning an offense all over again. Now, we do have Arson on deck, Arson back air being the biggest threat, of course, but Hydra is only at 61%, and 2 stocks in a row, Dinoco getting killed by that down tilt back air. He just has not been able to safely make it back to the ledge, and Hydra once again looking to run away, taking another round while losing, at this point, potentially 0 stocks again.
Ooh, nice forward tilt out of shield right there, but not able to punish the missed tech as now you're caught, your jump called out, as you just get pushed away from Hydra. It's like, nah, I don't even want to have to deal with that. Joker now out, or Arsene now out, and that just makes your recovery that much more exploitable. As Hydra has demonstrated, I think Hydra has missed 1-2 frame this entire match.
That was just it just there. I think the craziest part about this too is that every time Dinoco gets Arson, like instead of taking the passive route or slowing down or being afraid of it, Hydra is completely unfazed. It literally looks like his game plan changes none when Arson is on deck. He's just fully committed, just going in and just stepping on faces. That's the best way I can put it. Just stepping on faces at this point.
If you can't get hit, if you can hit him anyway, then what's the point? You know, like
right.
You're still.
Oh, Dinoco really needs to find a stock here, though. They cannot afford to be down 9-3.
All right. You've got Hydra off stage. You've got a chance right here. Misses the 2-frame as Hydra's back on stage. Dash tech will finish them off. They were trying to dash back. Bad DI. And because of that, Hydra is going in with 2 stocks. NJCU has more or less stamped their ticket.
Yeah, and it was a good attempt. I mean, again, it got scrambly right there. You definitely saw that Dinoco had at least some semblance of a game plan to take at least one of those stocks, especially when Hydra's being pressured at the ledge. You saw him just narrowly miss that Arson back air, which even coast to coast with that much rage probably would have still killed, but Hydra was able to capitalize on it and just, yeah, Hydra is just playing in a whole separate league from honestly the entire Husson University team at this point. They are down to 3 stocks now. NJCU has a full 7. We have seen comebacks happen before. We've seen miracles, but I don't know what they're going to do from here. If they send bounce back in, there's no way he's going to stay Byleth. Maybe they can try Blight it this time. I'm not sure, but yeah, it looks like Hydra might win this entire crew battle just by themselves.
Yeah, we will have to see. And if I have one thing to say about all this, everyone knows Palu down tilt is broken, but you kind of forget about it because most people aren't that consistent with it. Palu down tilt is broken. Like
you live in a region with one, that's when you get used to it.
Yeah, and I mean Hydra's busted. Like Hydra is the busted one. It's one thing to have access to such a powerful tool. It's another thing to hit it like 95% of the time.
I think the craziest part about it is that like it's so consequence free. Like anytime that the few times that Hydra did not successfully land down to a 2-frame, you saw them ready to cover rolls. You saw them ready to get new punishes because their opponent narrowly escaped death at 85 for having to touch the ledge at some point. So yeah, it's just a really, really strong tool. Arguably at this point, the strongest tool in her kit. Like we know back air is really good, we know nair is really good, but there's different ways you can kind of space around it. But going to the ledge at some point is just an inevitable situation you have to be in, and down tilt is just so powerful at getting those two frames. So Husson's gonna have to send in the last player. They're gonna have to talk and figure something out because even if they are able to kill Hydra, taking six stocks from a Pac-Man and a Samus is also going to be really tough. So I'm not 100% sure what their game plan is. I hope it's a strong one, but right now it's looking like NJCU is prime, prepped, and ready to take this with a 2-0 win.
What this is, in the end, I'm not gonna I have been shown time and time again, never call it before it's over. But hypothetically, in the scenario that Hydra does just bring this home, what Husson can use this for is this is a masterclass in these are the habits that we are exploiting in you.
Hmm.
So take these VODs, take this practice, and go study it. Study every frame and see where you messed up. See how Hydra is getting these massive openings and see why you're not able to get at a disadvantage. And well, I feel like you're gonna learn a thing or two. As Hydra is looking to finish up class, the bell's about to ring, but there stands one last challenger, one last top tier. It's gonna be the Pyramithra to bring us home.
All right, I do think this is a fantastic character to fight her with. We've even got the palette swap cover color of Pyro Mithra, where Mithra's the Pyro color and vice versa, just for a little bit of extra mix up there. Let's see if something can pay off there. I think Aegis is a great character to try to make a comeback. If anyone's going to be versatile enough to do it, it's going to be them. But once again, Hydra is just dominating these early stocks with these neutral airs, all these strings. And I think the craziest part about it is like at the end of every string, there's always a reset ready. They're always catching a jump read with an up air. They're always catching an air dodge with a back air. There's always something that works out in Hydra's favor.
Yeah, I will say, Blighted has been pretty consistent in their grab game, but can't grab out of that parry.
No, now they gotta make it back to the stage. I wonder if maybe we'll see Pyro come in a little bit before Mithra's gone. I think I think neutral-wise, Mithra is easily one of the best characters in the game, bar none. But right now, Hydra's just way in the lead, and you see that reverse up air too? That was actually pretty clean. That was a really nice stock for Hydra. So once again, they are on 8 stocks to 2 at this point, and Hydra starting off with another 62% combo this time. It looks like there's just no answer from Husson.
Hydra does not drop those. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, that is the epitome of Hydra's playstyle. And I have seen Hydra get flashy in the past when need be, when you're not just farming, but yeah. Going over the Pyro at this point, banking in your hard reads, and also, I feel like it has just a less chance of being 2-framed, but there's a jab lock right there. Missing the follow-up just a little bit, but I think you'll be fine. As at this time, Blighted is actually going, like, has a lead, but would you believe that?
Yeah,
If you consider stocks, would you believe it?
If you consider that, yes. I mean, Blighted's doing the best so far. We did see a really nice Mithra F smash read earlier. It wasn't enough to kill just yet. It might have been with Pyra, but of course, Mithra's is just so quick. It's generally a pretty good option. Maybe they can take the stock off Hydra and get back in this, but right now, they are looking to get punished, just narrowly avoiding that down smash, though.
Yeah, Blighted is starting to catch on to the way Hydra applies pressure. Husson, they might be out of it, because come on, but they might have a chance to at least get a little more off of NJCU, maybe get it to another character, another player, as that F smash will whip. Ooh, the foresight giving a big advantage. You have Hydra at ledge, trying to cover everything with a down smash, but the jump is just gonna get right along around it, and you're off stage at this point. Ooh,
very thoroughly punished too, but an up smash out of shield is going to take one more stock off Hydra. Blighted has 7 more to go, only 1 left, and quite the mountain to climb, but they are at least not getting 3 stock by Hydra, which at this point is almost kind of a dub in itself.
You get 1 straight hit in neutral, but it's immediately counter hit at that low percent. The charged forward smash, it's a threat even if it doesn't hit, blowing you back towards the ledge as you're just struggling to get off that platform, but you can't do it. The spot dodge red with that neutral air, but the neutral air would have covered everything anyway as they go for that kill confirm. Again, it's not going to connect this time, but
Yeah.
there it is, just waiting on the platform for the spike. NJCU cleaning up in their signature style. Hydra leading the charge all the way home, as in the first week, NJCU gets a styling victory, including a JV4.
So NJCU is going to take that 7 stocks to 0, and Hydra took all 9 of their stocks. That is insane. I mean, that's just so hard to deal with. I mean, shout outs to Husson. You guys definitely did your best. You guys definitely try to throw as much as you can at NJCU, but Hydra's just built a little bit different than I think the Husson team was ready for. I built different than I was ready to watch just as a spectator. But yeah, that's gonna do it. So our first game of the night is completed.
Yeah, that honestly beautiful right there. Beautiful. I mean, again, it's what's come to expect, Husson. If you're gonna take a loss like that in week 1 to NJCU is not a bad way to start off your time, your tenure in ECAC. Like I said, study these VODs, study every single little interaction that occurred, and I trust me, it's as good as any Metafy lesson you're gonna get.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. And at this point, it looks like the Hudson University homework is definitely going to be to grind out the Palatina matchup, which is much easier said than done. You know, it's hard to feel comfortable against the character that's just so consistently strong, and not strong because of like something cheesy, like oh you got to watch out for a KO punch, or oh you got to watch out for blah blah blah. Like her neutral is just really 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 solid. And I expressed this the other day when people were like, "Oh, Palatina, maybe she fell off, maybe she's top 5, maybe she's not." I'm like, no, she's an extremely powerful top tier character. It's not one overwhelmingly cheesy thing that's doing it. It's just her entire kit is just very powerful, just as a whole.
The way I
Um,
think about Palutena is like, those like sprays that's like kills 99.9% of gyms?
yeah,
Palutena just kills 99.9% of players. Like,
yeah, she
it's
really does.
the best coverall there is, and Palutena does have some losing matchups, but losing is like 55-45. Like, you're fine, as you're showing how consistent you really can be. Honestly, I'm a biggie Palutena advocate because, like, people get beat by Palutena, and they're like, "Oh, it's so bad to play against her," but trust me, trust me, I love how Palutena just obliterates the game plans of so many mid tiers who think they're climbing up into top tier, and then Palutena's like, "Let me show you what a real top tier is like."
Whew, man, for real, for real. Well, next up, we're going to have Fanshawe College against St. Louis Uni. So that'll be really exciting stuff to see there too. And we'll be getting back to that shortly.
Yeah, but before we get to that, I do believe we're going to have an interview in just a little bit with Hydra from NJCU, and when we're ready, we're gonna go to a little break. But for now, we'll stay on as again. I I do know. It's been a while since I've talked to Hydra, so I'm excited to hear from them, hear how they're doing this season, and we'll get to find out a little bit more as we're going to go to this break. When we return, we'll be back with an interview with Hydra from NJCU.
Stay tuned. Either. Tons of damage coming from just narrowly losing that
Hydrant. I thought it was a bell too. You can fight it right along with it. corners of our connecting side. As the fourth man finally finishes the ball. That's a JV4 for Hydro. Wolf is now off stage and is two frame. We're getting quite a lot done.
I wasn't sure I was going to go down.
Not by GCAC, it's Hydra who took the second to take a deep breath and make All right, welcome back, everybody, to NJCU. We are here with Hydra, who just put on, well, the dominant performance that we would have expected. I'd say we expected it, but you were looking even better than before. How you doing, Hydra?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I
That's it.
mean, good. Good is a word for it. Now, I gotta ask right away. You got the first JV4 I've seen you get on the stream. At what point were you like, okay, I'm going for this?
Honestly, it was like as soon as I took the second stock because I wasn't playing like, the start of the match, like I'm gonna J before this person, but I was looking at how the match was playing. I felt like they were approaching with a lot of like nairs, which is like, it's a good tool. Like even MK Leo's gonna do it, but the thing
Mhm.
about Byleth that you can't change, whether you're, you know, wherever you are in skill level, is that the character's gonna be slow. The approach is gonna be slow. So if I play at a distance where, I can react to that approach, I'll just wall it out with like a dash attack or what I was using most of the time, I was just using back air. So, I was looking at how the neutral interactions were playing and, come like, I'm about to take the third stock, I realized like, oh, I'm gonna, end up JV4ing this person. So yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool. I appreciate that breakdown because normally there's a lot of times where you see like a player that's just like really aggressive and just you weren't mashing, but you see some players that are just kind of like mashy and not necessarily like thinking about it the same way that you were. But it's as I was saying, and I'm really happy that you were able to confirm it. Like it's not just that you were playing aggressive, but you're playing aggressive with a strong game plan, and that's one of the things I was pointing out to Miles is like, yeah, he's going in really hard, but he's really keen about what the opponent wants to do, and apparently that's how you're able to do that all the way into a JV4 without getting hit even once. Um, you seem very muted, so I'm gonna make my question a little bit silly. Was that your first JV4, or is this something you do on like the regular? Because like, if I were you, I would
Nah.
have been like, I'd have been going crazy. But you're like, yeah, I did it. Whatever, we won. It's very much Kobe energy. Like, game's not finished. Like that's what it feels like coming from you right now. But yeah, was that your first JV4?
That was definitely the first one.
Oh
oh wow.
wow! So the very first one you ever got was on stream in the ECAC crew battles. I mean, congratulations right there. Now are you all in different? Are you all in different places, just kind of talking on Discord, or do you got homies over at the house, or what's your deal right now?
So right now, all of our matches, we're just doing them every Monday. I mean, it's pretty late. Like
Mhm.
someone, we have like a lounge at our college. Someone asked me if we wanted to do the matches like, in person, but I mean, our match start time is generally like 8 p.m., so it would be like super late. By the time we finish, it's like 9, 10 o'clock. But yeah, for now, and I feel like, for the rest of the matches, like, this year, next year, should be like we're just doing them from our own houses.
Okay, cool, cool. Well, I hope the homies gave you some props. Miles, you got some more questions for
Yeah,
presumably the MVP of the night?
oh yeah. I mean, I just wanted to ask, like, it's been a while since I've seen you, and like I said, it seems like you've only gotten better. Is there anything in particular that you feel like you've worked on in the past few months, you've improved, or any new techniques that you've incorporated in your gameplay that you wanna, like, I don't know, hype yourself up on?
Well, I've been working on kind of playing like a really like campy play style. It won't really show too much in like my crew battles. I feel like in crew battles, like at least for for me when I play, I like to just throw whatever matchup knowledge I have just like out of the window and I just play and I'm just like I just want to like beat that person like regardless of whoever they play. But yeah, I mean in terms of like like becoming like more I guess like flexible because I mean I guess naturally I'm like a really aggressive player, but I also want to have like a very like patient campy play style. I feel that like all the top players and high level players that I play against now, like they're either like playing really good against my aggression or they're like every time like every advice they give me is like you need to camp more or like I'm just camping you.
Mm.
So there's
Yeah.
that and then I've also been working on Pyra I guess for like almost like 5 months now. I've been working on them, kind of like making them into like a reliable secondary.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, I'm not sure if ECAC will ever force you to break any of that out, but if it does, I know you'll be ready. But for now, good luck with the rest of the season, and thank you so much for coming on for this interview, Hydra.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
of
Yeah, of
course.
course. And with that, we're just gonna wrap up real quick. We're gonna go do a little break. When we return, we've got more ECAC coming up. We got a lot of content for you tonight. And next up on our list is Fanshawe College taking on St. Louis University. So don't go anywhere. We will be back with that in just a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, to ECAC. I'm Keelan Miles back with Cy for some more collegiate smash action. We're getting in right in the middle of Fanshawe College versus St. Louis University. And St. Louis has an explosive start right now as they have a 3-stock lead over Fanshawe College. They got a 3-stock. Legmer got one. And just checking in, we're just making sure we get the feed and everything real quick. But we will be getting into the game very shortly.
Yeah, and once again, the last match we just saw, the final round ended up being like a 9-stock for one team, and we already see that St. Louis University is going in
Ooh,
with
St. Lawrence.
St. Lawrence University. Please excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Oh.
They're going in, a 3-stock lead. The matchup was Joker versus Meta Knight, which I imagine would have been pretty chaotic and crazy, but yeah, I guess it just really kind of reminds you that some characters are very top tier and sometimes for a reason. But who
Yeah.
knows what we're gonna have to throw at them yet? Who knows what Fanshawe is gonna be able to throw back at them? Maybe they have a player in their camp that can pop off and take 3 stocks right back and even things back up. But right now, SOU is at a pretty solid lead at the start of the series.
Yeah, getting a 3-stock to start off is always just a big statement. Um, but it can also be sometimes there are different philosophies in how you structure your crew battles. Some people like to put their anchor first. Some people
Hmm.
keep their anchor at the bottom, as the name implies. And well, sometimes when these two teams meet up, it's a weird situation where one team takes a massive lead and then it slips away as the anchor and the other team comes back.
Hmm.
Yeah.
As we saw.
Yeah. It happens to the best of us. As I'm curious to see if that's the case. These are teams that are a little bit newer, or not exactly newer, but they have well, they don't always get to shine in ECAC. They drown a little bit, but they were doing a little bit better. If I remember last year, they were up in the upper half. They actually qualified for the final bracket. Um, so I'm curious to see if they're able to carry that momentum into the end of this. As yeah, we're just getting the arena back up and running for a second. You know how it is. Nintendo
Hmm.
Arenas. It's gonna take us a minute to get in the game, so don't you worry. We will be here keeping you company as well. I would just say, like, let's talk about, like, the character, but come on, it's Joker.
I
Like,
think yeah, we all know. I mean, if anyone is gonna have their opponent with a bunch of matchup experience, it's gonna be Joker players. We all know what to do about Joker. It doesn't necessarily mean that the game plan works or that there's consistent, simple, and easy counterplay. But everyone's very familiar with the matchup, especially since he was one of the early DLC characters. Second, if you count Planty Grass Man. But we've definitely had a lot of time to work with him. And now we are going to be cutting into the game. So we're going to get to see some Fanshawe versus St. Lawrence action up close and personal.
mhm. Yeah, as again, Fanshawe recovering from, well, a 3-stock.
All right,
And that's
let's
not
see if
easy to come back from, as Legmer is opening it up. Just a little tap on Yoshi right there, but it's going to be Pazora getting the immediate opening. And now that I see them, now that I see the blue Yoshi, yeah, I actually did do Fanshawe last year when I was working with ECAC, and, well, they didn't press, and Pazora in particular did look pretty clean then. However, Joker does have a habit of just knocking your lights out when he gets an opening.
It's true. I think one thing that's going to be really tricky here, the on-stage game might not actually be too rough for Yoshi. Pazora's doing a really good job of just pressuring with these falling neutral airs and then covering on the off chance that it's shielded with these jabs. So Legmer's going to have to catch up to Pazora's pace right now. So far, he's in the driver's seat, but we do have Arson on deck. Yoshi does have that double jump super armor, so it might not necessarily be lights out if they're trying to recover back to the stage against Joker, which is where he gets a lot of his kills, but Pazora is still going to have to make sure they're navigating carefully, and if nothing else, not taking a bunch of free damage.
Yeah, there's a nice little swing right there, but you're able to get the forward tilt and knock him up in the air and hoping to finish him off, but a nice parry actually gets you out of that shield situation, and there at a shield will set up tech, but you're not able to really get the follow-up right here as already Legmer has brought this back. They have the lead.
It's true. It's true. And I do want to say shout outs to Legmer for having the SOU #1 tag. I love seeing that team spirit, especially in a collegiate event like this. But it is totally even right now, 1% separating them. And Pazora is going to really need to make sure they take this first stock because, again, they are fighting from a 3-stock deficit.
Yeah. At this point, just going for some reads. Forward smashes all around. Everyone get a forward smash. You get a forward smash. You get a forward smash. But it's going to be the forward tilt that finds the poke right there. And I think that's Yoshi without his jump. You're going to be able to air dodge back to stage and not quite covered by Legmer right there. Instead, you're going to be jabbed off instead. I don't think you're going to get the 2-frame, but the ledge trap could be brutal. Ooh. Juggling situation, Yoshi.
As I said earlier, a place where Joker really gets to shine to get a lot of his kills is those back airs coming back from the ledge or jumping from the ledge. We saw Pazora was able to, they did get tagged, but they had that little bit of Yoshi heavy armor and it didn't send them very far, even though they were like 140%. Still in this first stock at 172, and a trade is going to work out in their favor. Legmer's going to take their first stock. Let's see if Pazora can pull something crazy out, maybe try to, put a band-aid on this wound.
Sent off stage early, but that's an air dodge. They don't have a jump, and Legmer knows it, but you're able to touch the stage. Finally gets the back air to finish them off, okay? More or less even at this point, but look, Arsene at 24% down to stock is almost already back online. Yeah, there it is. That could be a huge trade, but immediately Legmer just goes in swinging. They know, just keeping the pressure on, taking a page out of Hydra's book, just keep the pressure on, and Arsene can't really do much.
Zora's doing a really good job of kind of weaving in and out of the areas where Joker's the scariest. He's never really shielding an A-Hot because he's always just kind of jumping around it. And he's doing a good job of mixing up, just doing a lot of dashes in, dashing back. A lot of dash dances to try to throw Legmer off their game and getting a lot of free dash attack punishes for it. Legmer is trying to counter with the F-tilts, which has been pretty good, especially with the ledge like we saw earlier. But right now, Pazora's just in a really good spot in neutral and has a 40% lead as a thank you. Oh, that's huge! Nice punish from Pazora, catching the Legmer, wanting to try to force Arsene out once more and getting a down B kill out of all things is the punish.
Yeah. Honestly, down B ledge coverage, especially online, is brutal because it's a guess that's kind of hard to punish because of the stars. And then if you're right, you get a kill. If you're wrong, they might get a stray hit.
Plus, you also get a ton of shield damage too if you're wrong and they shield it, because that's not even necessarily a viable escape option. I've seen Yoshi down B break shield plenty.
Indeed, it's a nice down right there. The up tilt will be the finisher. I don't think I've ever seen Joker up tilt kill, but
I don't think I have either. And Yoshi's not light, so that's scary to me.
Hey, Arsene makes miracles happen, so.
Sure.
As at this point, you're going for these grabs, trying to punish the excessive shielding from Pazora, because the narrative shield is such a good tool, you might as well use it as much as you can. A lot of grabs coming out, actually, but Pazora's actually positioning around them so well.
Pazora's definitely going to need to take this stock, though, to keep the team alive, because, of course, they are now down. It is 7 stocks, 2-5. A lot of pressure riding on Pazora, and Pazora took a bunch of damage in that exchange. Legmer got some pretty solid 2-3-piece combos, while Aha was cooking up the extra %. So it is pretty even right now. Legmer slightly down by about 30. Pazora, pretty heavy character, should be solid. They're in a pretty good spot to take this, too, actually. Not going to get the gimp on that recovery, though.
Yeah. Kind of tough to get that tether when people are aware of what you could do, but
that double jump armor really coming through and saving Pazora from now 2 situations that would have been certain death for most of the cast.
Yeah, Yoshi recovery, not to be scoffed at. Oh, they only got a jump. Come on, man. As that multi-hit up tilt was nice pressure, it put you in a bad spot, and the dash attack will finish you off as Legmer at this point has taken 6 stocks, and even though they're down to just 1, St. Lawrence might have this first crew battle in the bag.
Yeah, it looks like St. Lawrence is definitely coming to party. And again, it's the whole philosophy of do you want to start off with an anchor and try to get a hard gamble versus starting with your anchor and hoping the other team sends in their fodder or starter player, however you want to define it. But I've not even seen the rest of St. Lawrence's team, so I don't even know where the Legmer lies on the ranking of their team. But either way, definitely going to work as a great battering ram and take 6 stocks off the opposing team. So this round 1, unless unless we can get a miracle out of, I'm thinking it's going to be Cavell. Unless we can get a miracle out of them, looks like SOU is going to go up.
Yeah, being down in these situations is so tough, and honestly, I don't blame you for just trying to go for a hard reset, but again, sometimes these first games can be kind of data gathering. Like, how many times I remember last time, who'd we see? The other day, there was this Nest player who got an 8 stock, and then the next
Oh,
time they got
Psychic,
eliminated
right?
by a Lucas. Like, they got 2 stocked. It's
Was it
crazy
Psychic
how much.
yesterday?
Yeah, it was Psychic yesterday.
Mhm.
It's a crazy how much information can be gathered, and when you have that information, you can do work with it. You can find so many little habits and exploit them all the way to the bank.
Well, I mean, I hope they have a good game plan. If nothing else, they do only have one stock to take now. As I keep mentioning, because Joker's just been such a consistent character, we've seen all 3 days in these esports U crew battles. He is going to have really early access to Arson. He's coming in one stock against three. So even though the team is in the lead, the Joker character himself is technically at a disadvantage. So that's going to be even tougher for Cavell to deal with. Hopefully, they don't end up going down and hopefully they can take this first stock without taking any more damage, because I mean 7 stocks to 3 is just quite the mountain to climb. We've seen it climbed. We just saw somebody make a full 5 stock comeback by themselves in the previous set, but we've got to hope the Fanshawe College has a player to the same caliber as Hydra, because this is looking pretty grim for the first round.
Okay. So, it looks like we are going to be playing through this. We're going to be getting into it soon. Presumably, it's going to be Cavell coming in. One of the
Cavell's
only
gonna come in here.
remaining players who just might be their last chance. And again, you can definitely just use this as information gathering, but
Okay,
ooh,
nice.
it's actually going to be AZ Tropical coming in. Actually, I believe the captain, I spoke to them earlier. They seem pretty confident. And AZ Tropical in general, I think Ken is a great comeback character because you just steal these stocks away. You don't have to play around in neutral. You don't have to be clutched on, because if you just get the right confirm, they're dead immediately. As you can see, AZ Tropical smoothing around.
Yeah, now this is a much scarier neutral for Joker. Oh, the cutscene is actually going to save him from that combo. Neither player has any control of when that's going to happen. Just every once in a while, Arson just lets you be invincible, sometimes to your benefit, sometimes to your detriment. But right there, it saved him from a crucial combo. It gave him some much-needed momentum to fire back against AZ Tropical, and killing him off the top of Yoshi's with that Arson up air at only 84%. That's got to be rough.
Yeah, AZ Tropical, I think, brought Legmer here to kind of, get that early kill with the up B, but look at this. Oh, yeah. I remember yesterday, we saw a Ken keep going for these jabs at ledge. They didn't have the follow-up. AZ Tropical did. And even though that was an impressive performance, losing that stock is going to hurt, especially with such a dominant lead to start out. AZ Tropical, you have my faith. That was a nice showing, but you've got to do more than that.
Yeah, that was really clean. I feel like the thing we normally see at the ledge is a Ken just going for like a short U and just kind of drifting back, and more often than not being able to grab the ledge and keep their stock. But opting to go for the dare instead was fantastic. I'm really happy we got to see that. It definitely shows us that AZ Tropical has a lot of different Ken strings. Now, this is a character that with the right amount of momentum can start to really bring things back. It looked like he was in a position to get a huge combo on Legmer before Arson came in and interrupted. So hopefully, at least for Fanshawe's sake, hopefully Legmer was the anchor or the captain of their team, and it gets a little bit easier for AZ Tropical. But that was definitely a good showing, though. Really unfortunate that he ended up losing that stock, though. Only at 84%, but Yoshi's, you either live by it or you die by it. That's kind of how that stage goes sometimes.
Yeah, and just to give context in case you're newer to Smash, Yoshi's story has a lower stage ceiling, which means when you go off the top, you die even earlier. And because of that, that's actually why AZ Tropical picked it, because one of Ken's main kill confirms is that Shoryuken you saw, that big uppercut. And, well, hypothetically, you would be able to kill at ludicrously early percents with that uppercut. However, when you get caught swinging, and you don't have a way back down to the ground, you can be exploited just right. Like everyone gets the benefit of the stage, and Joker just used it.
Yeah, and typically, I don't think it was a poor choice on stage either. Like it definitely, you're way more likely going to see Ken take advantage of that since that's going to be like the lower ceiling is going to help the end of all of his like killing strings. But I mean, yeah, shout outs to Legman for taking advantage too. Uh, Arson up air, it's strong, but it's normally not kill you at 84% strong. But anything's possible on Yoshi's. I've killed sub 40 on that stage plenty before. You know,
I've killed with Puff up throw on this stage.
oh my god, that's funny.
Yeah. But
All right, two
this-
stocks to six for the Fanshawe team. Starting off strong, 45%, 54 uncontested. Let's see what Andy has to offer because right now he's getting duffed by the Street Fighter.
Ooh, very good option coverage with those up tilts, but you're gonna get jabbed once, and there's the uppercut right there, sent straight off the top. AZ Tropical now battling it out on Yoshi's story. It's looking kind of tough.
And as I was saying, if a character is going to start steamrolling, it's definitely a character with so much crazy zero death potential as we've seen in Ken. Because wow, only 19% so far, and this isn't just any character. This is against Pyro Mithra. Oh my god, getting dared right in the face. AZ Tropical only 2 stocks away from tying this entire crew battle back up, and it's only been 50 seconds.
Is Hydra? Is that you?
Right. Hydra, you got a Ken too? No. We definitely want to give AZ Tropical his props here. All right, having to come back to Ledge against Pyro is really tricky. And again, this stage is mutually beneficial for both. Pyro Dare up smash is going to kill Matt early. Up B is going to kill early. A lot of ways that Pyro can take these stocks.
This might just be death.
But oh my gosh, I mean, good DI, I'm sure you, but none of the neutral is going to make it.
Oh, fully charging that up smash. The thing about down smash, oh, that was actually a tremendous bait. I just realized what happened. As you saw there, they were charging a down smash, but down smash has a tricky little property where you can cancel down smash into any special move. Usually you do side B, but any special move, Sai, any. And you can use it as a great vertical burst option. That's what they did right there. They charged that down smash so it looked like they were only covering the low option, and then they canceled it at just the right time to catch the ledge jump.
I cannot believe the comebacks we have seen tonight. Now, Fanshawe College only 1 stock down. AZ Tropical not only getting a 3 stock, but a 3 stock in maybe a minute and a half, and a flashy one at that. I mean, you always try to hear that Ken can cancel down smash in the specials and it's whatever, but I think that is the most egregious I've seen it play out so far because
that was the most what just happened. Like that was like what was that? What was that? Check his controller. Like that's what that was.
And can we talk about the horizontal range on that too? Because it looked like he was, I think, a little bit to the right of the left side platform. So like seemed like he made a decent decision. I'm pretty sure they were going to respond with a dare, try to get like that dare to up smash, try and true pyro play. But yeah, that was just really good play from AZ Tropical. AZ Tropical was playing on fire, and it looks like he's about to take all the momentum back for Fanshawe College and give them the lead instead. And you're right, you should never count a team out before it's over.
Yeah, it's these situations, characters who have these incredible kill confirmed 0 to death potential, as you said, are the most dangerous when you're coming back in crew battles, because not only does it give you a statistical advantage because you only need to win neutral like once, but it gives you a mental advantage because when you come in and they're like, okay, all I need to do is take 1 stock. I just need to take 1 stock. That's all I need to do. Then you hit them with a 0 to death. That destroys people's mentalities. And if you're not strong enough to come back from that, you might just find yourself slipping away all your stocks.
And let's take a look at the SOU squad. So far, we've seen Joker, arguably another, I think on any tier list, top 3 character, and then an Aegis right after. So they definitely have like the typical top tiers you see in a tournament on their side. I'm not sure about the 3rd player they're going to send in, but man, AZ, sometimes somebody's just good, and you just got to give them their flowers. Like he was cooking that game. So who knows? It'd be actually really funny to see them send in like a Pika and just fully round out like the consensus on the top 3 for their whole team.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, yeah, St. Lawrence, they are a bit of a surprise, a little bit, again, newer to this league and newer to me as well. as I'm excited to see what else they have. The thing that scares me the most is the movement. So if you're able to use this nest, use these side Bs to shut down an avenue of the movement, shut down the grounded game, you might have a little bit better of a shot.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's see if Orchard can get something different going. Now, I feel like Ness is pretty solid against the Shotos. He does a really good job at walling them out with those forward airs and back air. Even dash attack seems to be a pretty solid tool right now. So I don't think it's going to be super easy for AZ Tropical to get in, but once he gets in, it definitely looks like he has all his confirms super clean already.
Oh my word, AZ Tropical, they're going wild. But Orchard is firing
Knowledge check.
back.
Gotta
Orchard is following back.
That's one of those things where, like, if you don't fight a Shoto off and you can get tripped up by that. Both Ryu and Ken have really strong shield break options. It is a 2-hit move, so you can always react to the first one. Just for general advice sake, if you ever see that situation coming, if you shield the first one, you can always roll and be safe in the second. I don't think Orchard knew, and AZ Tropical also has the presence of mind to make sure he walked Orchard forward and pushed him off the stage. Didn't even risk trying to like kill the charge smash attack, just already knew he was going to be guaranteed to take that stop. And Orchard was only at like 30% to it. So once again, Fanshawe has not only evened it up but taken a lot of the momentum from SLU, both psychologically and as far as the stops.
Nice back throw right there, but this is anyone's game right now. Very even. A nice delay with that Tatsumaki off stage, but you're still going to get up right into the yo-yo. Have to make up 2 stock deficit in Orchard. I don't know if they're going to make this easy. And, well, I say I don't know. They are not making this easy.
No, and Orchard, they've got a solid game plan. They're definitely, once again, spacing out AZ Tropical really well. And outside of that, one crazy shield break. Woo! Never mind. I was going to say, doing pretty good. But AZ Tropical just came in with an insane combo, killing not even with short Yukon, but just a raw F smash right to the face as the ender.
You can win neutral as many times as you want, Sai, but if you're not killing off of one touch like Ken, then you're just always going to be at a deficit. As
all right.
Not a single touch on the board.
Or St. Lawrence is going to go up instead. 1 stock apiece on these crews.
Orchard.
Oh no, not the best option. Tried to roll in against the yo-yo. Ends up with a neutral air dodge. And unfortunately, after all that hard work, SD's giving St. Lawrence the first game.
Yeah. Fantastic work from AZ Tropical, and can you blame us for being a little hyped for that, Ken, and ignoring Orchard? But Orchard was just playing clean. Orchard, clearly the anchor for this team. They're actually the captain as well.
Orchard
And
okay,
because of that, I think it's pretty obvious that pretty standard lineup that St. Lawrence goes for. I mean, it's the same one. You put your captain last. You have your other players fight it out first, but you're putting a lot on AZ Tropical's shoulders. Going into that with 3 stocks of 3 stocks, I can't truly say who will win, but that's why this is a crew format and not an individual format.
That's true. And it honestly, outside of that shield break, Orchard was still in a pretty good spot. Like, there wasn't anything else like really egregious that was going on. That combo that ended with the F smash, that's just kind of like Ken stuff. It looked like Orchard really only lost neutral like 2, maybe 3 times that whole time. But just AZ Tropical's advantage state was just really, really, really strong. Unfortunate ending for him going down to the SD, but nothing to get mad about. I mean, he took so many stocks, definitely put the team on his back and showed St. Lawrence this is not going to be free, this is not going to be easy, and brought it all the way back down to the wire after a crazy deficit.
Yeah, that was a fantastic showing, and I have a better feeling now going. Sometimes I hop on these ECAC streams, I'm like, okay, this is who's gonna win. Case in point, Hydra. But now, seeing what the full breadth of these players' rosters, it's a little trickier to really make this call. AZ Tropical, that's a play to beat. And Orchard has proven that they can beat him once. Can you do it again? Can you shut him down before the momentum this Ken brings to the table before the fire catches? That's the question that remains to be answered as we get into this next crew battle.
Now, we saw last time with Hydra when it ended up taking the momentum back and winning. They started off with their anchor immediately right after. Do you think Fanshawe is going to start with AZ Tropical again and maybe try to like steamroll some stocks and try to let Pazora and Red Bomber clean up? Or do you think they're going to go for the same strategy?
I think you are. I think you will because I feel like Ness definitely has less 0 to death potential than, I mean, obviously Ness is 0 to deaths, but
Mhm.
is not go oh, okay.
All right, cool.
Is this okay. This is actually not Orchard. This is Henry, another player from St. Lawrence. Um, Maybe just trying to throw in a similar kind of game plan against AZ Tropical, but option coverage right now. AZ Tropical can't get to the ground, and if they go down this early in the crew battle, you might as well kiss your hopes goodbye. As look at this, the coverage, the up smash, nothing AZ Tropical can get them this one hit they need.
Yeah, 135% already. Henry is primed already to take this first stock. Now we're in backdoor territory no matter where you are on the stage. He's doing a really good job of ledge trapping. Yo-Yo going to come through, but the invincibility to ensure you is going to give AZ Tropical one last chance to do some damage. But right now, Henry is starting off SLU with a great continuation from the previous lead. Oh, okay. Mashing the forward air. Doesn't want to get tagged. But this is going to be a whole bunch of damage. Not going to get Shoryu. Not dead just yet. But one more interaction of that caliber will actually give AZ Tropical the first stock instead, despite being down 160%. But that back throw is going to secure it for Henry and give him another opportunity to rack up some extra damage.
Yeah, fantastic stuff right now, and controlling the ground game so well. AZ Tropical had something going there for a second, and now you get the down tilt. You have an opening. What are you going to do with it? Ooh, that's a very aggressive option. All of Henry's options have been fairly aggressive, sorry. As, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like AZ Tropical is doing a good job of respecting those options. He's like, all right, cool, you're going to come in with these aerials. That's fine. I'll let you get away with it for a little bit. But again, because he's so keen on adapting, he was able to just totally reverse that situation and get that stop. If he can force him off stage into that situation a couple more times, we could see a little bit more progress from AZ Tropical. But Henry is still in the lead, got a decent percentage lead on him, and he's doing a lot of pressure with his landings too. He's throwing out these PK flashes and forcing him to go to focus attack. He's making it really tough for AZ Tropical to get that tried and true around game that Ken needs.
Yes. You use the focus tech to get back to stage again, but what do you do when you're back there? You just stay in the air. They haven't had a jump for 15 seconds. They finally land on the stage, and they can beat Ness in the air to air. They're able to juggle them for a little bit, but those aren't the grounded combos you want to be seeing.
All right, avoiding the yo-yo this time, getting back to the stage safely. We're going to see that F tilt come through, nearly killing Henry, and down tilt to Shoryu again. Every single time Henry comes off the stage with an aerial, AZ Tropical is ready to punish and take a stock for doing it.
We're getting a little overzealous with that combo, committing something that wasn't quite true. The up smash, even though you get the roll away, will cover the aggressive option. And right now, ooh, you have him at ledge. The forward smash, that's going to connect. Just the very tip of the toe is going to be the finisher right there. And AZ Tropical's one stock moves on to fight through the rest of St. Lawrence.
It's actually really jarring seeing how early and how consistently AZ Tropical is killing with that forward smash, because normally when you think of Ryu and Ken, you're like, all right, my number one thing that I'm afraid of is definitely going to be Shoryuken. But since AZ is so good at keeping you in the corner and forcing you to get hit by that instead, having good DI on Shoryuken doesn't really matter, because if you're at the ledge, a move that is just that strong and also always going to be fresh doesn't really matter anymore. So Fanshawe is going to go up with a one stock lead. Of course, AZ definitely looked like he was putting the team on his back and doing the brunt of the work. The previous game, he is down on his final stock, so St. Lawrence is still in a pretty good spot to bring this back.
Yeah, 100%, Sai. I'll be honest, I'm an AZ Tropical believer at this point, though I think you might just send an Orchard right away to make sure. Yeah, they are sending an Orchard right away to make sure that this doesn't snowball. The
That's
two
what I would do.
Nesses right away. I also feel like Ness's smaller frame just makes him harder to get confirms on. Like, things that are true on Joker might just not be true on Ness.
Yeah, that's true. Joker, he's pretty thin, but I feel like he's tall enough where it doesn't necessarily matter. The Shotos have pretty strong, pretty good reach when it comes to their hitboxes, so him being super thin and hurtbox shifting doesn't really matter as much. Let's see.
Yeah.
They send in Orchard? They did.
Yeah, they did. All right. Now, AZ Tropical has some experience, but Orchard does as well. Orchard was the hero who stopped AZ Tropical's Rampage last time. We'll see how they do again, as they got some nice movement off the platforms to immediately open up. That's a nice jab right there. Focusing attack to get in the middle of the forward air. Privilege.
Right, exactly. I think the biggest game plan we should see from Orchard's perspective is definitely staying in the center, not even taking the opportunity for anything if it's super close to the corner, because that's definitely where AZ Tropical shines. I know Ness can do plenty with the yo-yo at the ledge. Ken can kind of struggle with that, but you definitely want to just make sure you're taking center stage, taking as few risks as possible. And so far, so good. Orchard's only at 27%. AZ Tropical is going to have to force his way in and get one of those insane early killing combos again, just to even this back out and put his team further in the lead. But other than that, Orchard is in a really good spot.
And you've been able to get so many of these little options. You're just able to slip through all the defensive options. But again, just because you're avoiding some of the PK fires doesn't mean you're avoiding all of them. And you're still taking so much chip damage from aerials and stuff, trading with things like that Nair, and not even getting damage for it. You're just getting outspaced. That Nair is just such a thorn in your side.
Oh man, here we go. All right, Orchard's able to recover safely, but he is getting duffed. Gonna get dared, but does not get the sweet spot. So he's got one more opportunity to make sure he keeps this lead. Let's see if he can punish AZ Tropical for his aggression. And the falling up air actually takes it. I don't think AZ was ready. He's probably looking for like something he can interrupt with like Shoryu or possibly even focus attack, but up air was not a move that he could contest.
And now, Sai, Fanshawe College is faced with an issue. This is going to be tough, because if you remember, they got, well, 6-stocked up until AZ Tropical came into play.
That's
well, true. I don't know how optimistic you're going to be right now. Obviously, the rest of the players have had time to warm up, had time to watch AZ Tropical fight against this, but right now, presumably your captain is gone, and now you have to make sure that you don't go down along with the ship. You've got to keep fighting. You've got to make use of these 6 stocks you're given to stay in this crew battle.
Now, if nothing else, character-wise, they are aware of what they're up against. If they're able to defeat their captain, they're going to have to fight an Aegis. Let's look at the characters on the opposite side. We've got Yoshi, we've got Meta Knight. I feel like against Nest, both of those are probably solid. Meta Knight potentially being a little bit more solid. And again, those are less common characters, so matchup unfamiliarity could be on their side as well. But who knows? Who knows how this is going to go down? I think Pazora was playing pretty well when I was watching the previous round. That might be my guess on who they send in. But again, it's just a matter of how you want to layer your team. They already don't have their anchor. Red Bomber started them out. We didn't see how Red Bomber played, but they did lose 3 stocks right away to Legmer. So it's a matter of, do you want to send them in the middle, or do you want to like try to put the responsibility of cleanup on them? I'm not 100% sure. I mean, the way Legmer won that game, I thought that was going to be the captain, but we see that it's Orchard instead. So who knows? It's just going to take some really careful decision making from Fanshawe College.
Yeah, incredibly careful. Well, I have a good feeling. I feel like, who is it? It is going to be Red Bomber coming in. Okay, so Red Bomber is the person who got 3-stocked last time. However, sometimes your opening game, you're just not playing hot. Sometimes you needed a moment, you needed a wake-up slap to get up. And in a crew battle, you don't get like a best of 3 to, your best of 3 takes a lot longer to get back into the fray. So we'll see if they're able to recover from that, if they're able to strut their stuff against Ness. Now, floaty characters, they get comboed. They get laddered by Meta Knight.
That's true. Meta Knight has a lot of options against Ness. Not even just with their aerials. Oh, we're cutting in the match already. So they did send in Red Bombers Meta Knight. One of the things I've always seen going back as far as my competitive brawl days. Meta Knight is good at gimping Ness, not from ways you might think, but just running out and just body blocking him. Meta Knight and Puff both share this characteristic where they can just kind of position themselves into the PK Thunder 1 before it connects to the recovery, and they can just totally just steal stocks every time.
Yeah, but that involves getting Orchard off stage.
That's true.
When is that going to happen? Well, you get the back air right there. Ooh, I actually like that early up B right there.
Yeah, definitely caught Orchard off guard. I wouldn't have been ready for it. I would have hit itself. But Orchard definitely showing us some tricksies. We're seeing some stalling with the PK flash, and of course, good maneuverability with that air dodge. Red Bomber almost going for the exact play I was talking about, running down and just body block. But Orchard was very, very fast about that recovery. No chance. Oh, questionable DI from Red Bomber, dying to that back throw at the center stage a little bit earlier than expected. That's going to give Orchard another lead.
Oh, and going right onto the stage, that's going to be an up smash. You would have loved the forward smash, but it up smashes Meta Knight's fastest option, and you don't want to take any risks punishing something like that.
That's true. Oh, there it is again. He's catching those jump ins from Orchard. He's doing a really good job of punishing that. He's just not able to secure the stock just yet. F smash is, of course, much stronger and does not have very much recovery, if any. I think it's like literally 0. But it is a little bit more of a commitment than a dashing up smash. So totally understand Red Bomber's thought process for going forward.
All right. Well, you can see right here a lot of pressure, but I like that. You know, even though the magnet comes out, they're not hitting you with that. They're going for the back air every time. Orchard a little too predictable with that. Getting the parry on it is proof that Red Bomber is ready for their tricks.
Yeah, Red Bomber getting a little bit more frantic, trying to force these kills. All right, much better DI. Not going to die from that back throw just quite yet, but cannot take the stock off Orchard. And Orchard with the up smash out of shield is going to secure the lead for St. Lawrence even further. Can Red Bomber take this first stock?
You get the rapid jab at ledge. You're able to almost kill with it. Oh my. Yeah, this is looking a little dicey. Like when you get Ness to kill from jab percent, but you can't kill still, that can feel bad. You can see just throwing out options. Finally, the back air connects, but St. Lawrence's lead just keeps building.
Yeah, Red Bomber just desperately trying to figure something out. Maybe we can see some more of that Fanshawe classic 0 to death momentum come in here. But other than that, Orchard's in a great position, only at 15%, and even starting to like punish some of what Red Bomber's just throwing out, back airing him out of Tornado, which is a crazy decision, but I'm glad that it works out for him.
Yeah. As at this point, you can see these little adjustments, but ooh, that could have been it right there. I saw the magnet come out. I thought it was magnet there, but ooh, there we go. At ledge, that back throw is going to be the finisher. Tumbling right over Ness's shoulders as St. Lawrence cements their lead. For a moment, it looked like maybe they could come back against that, but now it is Pazora against the world.
So let me break this down a little bit. At the very beginning of that, it was really close. It was pretty even. They were definitely scrapping a lot. But I think as Orchard got higher and higher, Red Bomber just really, really wanted to try to secure that kill and got a little bit less careful with his aggression. We saw Hydra having some really calculated aggression where like there was a lot of pressure on the opponent, but there were always like tiny moments and tiny gaps where he would react to what the opponent would do. Red Bomber, however, I think he just wanted to overwhelm his opponent with buttons, but Orchard consistently was able to just slow down the momentum and just kind of let Red Bomber just, almost tire himself out and then run back in and get big punishes. So that was how we saw that up smash out of shield punish work on this right side of PS2. That was how we saw that whiffed aggressive up B get him killed with that back throw because Orchard was really just waiting to see what Red Bomber needed to do.
Yeah, and when we talk about controlling the tempo of a match, that's exactly what we mean right there. You control the pace at which they approach by not approaching yourself. Ness has the tools to keep Meta Knight out. Meta Knight doesn't really have the tools to get in. So you decide where and when the engagement happens and make sure that it's going to be on your terms.
Yeah, he definitely played it really low to the ground too. Like Meta Knight's optimal way of getting in outside of like just kind of running in with dares or like a crazy B move would just be that dash attack. Dash attack for 2 games in a row now has been the main combo starter for Meta Knight, and Orchard got hit by almost none of them. I think that the main thing that you see, especially on a character like a floaty, is they're like, all right, if I get dash attacked, I might get ladder off the top, or smash ultimate ladder off the side, thanks to Tornado and back air being so good for continuing those combos. But since that combo tool was just kind of not really in the equation as much, it definitely gave Orchard, a nice sigh of relief. They're like, okay, cool. I'm playing around dash attack because I don't want that to like start these strings and get me killed, but he's not really throwing them out very much. He's kind of focusing on more with these running up smashes, and it looked like a much easier time for Orchard.
And now It's gonna be Zora coming in, presumably. Unless they got someone else up their sleeve. Yeah, it is gonna be Pizora. Coming in against Orchard now. Oh, you went the Wolf. Okay. This is an interesting mix-up. I mean, I like it for consistency's sake, but honestly, I feel like Yoshi in particular has a better matchup against Ness. Just
I mean,
because
I
you
can
can double
definitely.
jump. You can double jump out of a lot of the multi-hits. However, that's not happening. What is happening on screen is you're able to get a lot of good zoning pressure with those lasers, but eventually you get caught by one PK fire and the combo begins.
Yeah, this is looking really good. Pizora already at nearly 80%, Orchard at much less, and absorbing maybe the first blaster that's been thrown out, so great awareness by him. I know he's doing a lot of magnet cancels in neutral anyway, but it's good to know that Pizora can't necessarily respond with a blaster because that is an option where you heal your opponent. Forcing off stage, again, healing with another blaster. I think he's at about 30% now. And Pizora getting tagged with that back air, putting him in a 2 to 5 stock deficit for Fanshawe, who is already down a game.
Yeah, this is looking rough at this point, Sai. As the Magnetoff ledge is some nice shield pressure, but ultimately, Orchard is still forced to approach, but they're able to get that surprise jump read right there. Now, they're starting to take back the edge against Pizora, but trading with that dash attack is good. You want to trade because then I feel like Orchard has just been a little more consistent with actually getting strings.
Yeah, he's definitely better at getting strings, at least so far in this round. And he's getting really good reads. You saw him charge the up smash for a while, trying to figure out how Orchard was going to land on the platform, but he did tag him and almost killed, but definitely putting Orchard on notice. And the forward tilt is actually going to come through. We're seeing Pizora come in with a lot of like falling nair and an F tilt, which is pretty good pressure on your shield. Orchard's playing around it as best he can, but eventually Wolf just kind of feels inevitable sometimes. Oh, this could be big. Ooh,
Hard punish. It's an
Hard
even
read
last
that
stock. Pizora fighting to at least bring St. Lawrence to the brink, but you can't even do that right now as you're not even able to get a hit in neutral. Every time you hit the shield, the nair comes out and just pops you right away.
Yeah, Orchard does such a good job of like pressuring you. It feels like he's pressuring you and retreating from you at the exact same time.
Yeah.
Orchard is. But Pizora is getting some nice punishes that forward smash, kind of calling out Orchard's movement options a little bit, but he's still overall really good about mixing up where he wants to go due to those side magnet cancels. And Pizora can't necessarily just punish with blaster because every time he does, he's just giving his opponent another 15% back. Oh, a little early, trying to 2 frames the down smash. Certainly would have killed, and honestly, a pretty shockingly large move. Great awareness on Orchard not to stay on that back row, especially on a stage like Kalos. You want to keep that as fresh as you can. You don't want to end up in a situation where you can't kill. Relatively even on percent. Let's see if Pizora can maybe take the stock off Orchard. Oh, that's an SD. Orchard went a little bit too low. Was probably concerned about F tilt or D smash being something to 2-frame him and ends up killing himself instead.
Yeah, that is definitely unfortunate, but hey, now it is technically winnable, Sai. We have seen crazier things happen, but the way Pizarro has been playing, it is largely around stray hits, blaster, and just winning neutral in general. That's not the best for getting a comeback. That's great for staying ahead if you're ahead, but when you're not getting massive combos, it's hard to really get a momentum swing, you know what I mean?
And even thinking about like the craziest zero death combos Wolf have, some of them end with like flash, and that would not work well in a crew battle situation because you have to throw away a stock to get it. I mean, I've seen some really crazy optimized stuff with Shine, thanks to Charlie the King's Twitter. I mean, the potential is there, but I just don't think that's necessarily Pizora's playstyle. It definitely looks like he just wants to do a lot of like good set play and you're gonna have to kind of go crazy. Like the reason Fanshawe was able to bring it back to a 1-to-1 stock match last time was because AZ Tropical went super aggressive and just went crazy. It was just landing huge zero deaths. That was what kept them alive, and that's what they're gonna need right now. But they are gonna be coming in against Legmer, the Joker player, who did take, I think it was 5 stocks in the last match. So they're definitely pretty talented, and 3 stock in the Joker is just gonna be a hard one. That means you have to get around Arson at bare minimum 3, maybe even 4 to 5 times without losing a single stock. That's a tough one.
Yeah, it is gonna be a little bit brutal. However, definitely feasible. If you're able to get at least one low percent kill, if you're able to find some kind of, well, cheesier option, maybe, just maybe, something you can do. You gotta know how to take stocks early when you need to, how to clutch out when you need to, and this is the test of knowledge for Pazora. But losing that immediate air-to-air trade and getting gunned for your result, that may not be the best start. But some nice, ooh, down throw dash attack, bread and butter right there.
All right, Pazora starting off pretty strong so far, 57%. He's still gonna have to be excruciatingly careful. AHA means the world when you only have one stock. That poison damage is always annoying, but when you only got one stock, if Legmer decides to kind of commit to that as well, that could be tough. Great down smash punish though coming from Pazora. Looks like he might be in the position to take the first stock and keep this Fanshawe dream alive, but who knows?
Yeah, you're in the percent where your playstyle is actually more favored. As now, you're looking for this kill confirm, you're looking for this stray hit, and a lot of Wolf stray hits will kill.
That's true. He's doing a really good job of preserving his damage too. Not getting hit by any like one big crazy string or anything, just kind of losing a couple of the trades here, but is going to take that first stock, actually trading back air to back air. Pazora wins that out, and now is only 2 stocks away from putting Fanshawe on the board.
Now Pazora is playing with fire. Another good, not overcommitting with down throw dash attack. Good to see. They're aware of the limits of their character, but now you're off stage. Barely just able to get off ledge, but you're still caught by 4 tilt. But a stray nair, this could be opening you need. Dash back and forth. You're trying to find the opening in their defense, but you can't quite make it through under that platform.
All right, Husson is alive and well, adding some extra knockback to that dash attack. Pazora at 109%. Anything is going to kill at this point. Back air specifically is going to be the biggest threat. Legmer, once again, showing us how good he is at trapping people in the corner of that forward tilt. From the games I've seen, that's definitely been like, if you had to call a move the Legmer, that feels like the Legmer. But that arson down smash is going to take it. Pazora is going to unfortunately die to it, and St. Lawrence is going to win this game with a 2-0.
Yeah, and honestly, Fanshawe put up a good fight.
Great.
Like, they put up a really good fight. It was a swingy fight. Like, it was very much like, it didn't look like, oh, it's over. No, they really did just find ways to make these huge sudden comebacks, but then it was never enough. In the end, it was always St. Lawrence who was clutching it out. And that is what I think is really important in the end, when you're able to keep calm, keep cool in those last second situations.
Now, we did see, despite the deficits, Fanshawe was very, very good at closing the gap. I mean, the two that they lost were only a 2 stock loss and a 1 stock loss. So it's not like they got like, dominated or anything. They are really good at playing from behind and playing on their back foot. But SOU was just a little bit more consistent in the beginning of these sets, and that's what ended up being the difference maker, I think. Good effort from Fanshawe, though, absolutely. I mean, it was very close. Honestly, if it were a 3 out of 5 set, we could see this go to a game 5 because none of these wins were dominant enough to make it seem undoable. But,
Well,
congratulations to St. Lawrence. Congratulations to St. Lawrence. They played great. And, yeah, they're going to move on.
I just wanted to shout out Easy Tropical again. But
Oh, he was insane.
more
For
than that,
squad.
I do want to shout out, who was it? It was, I want to say Benny, but it was Henry. Henry and Orchard. Henry and Orchard, the 2 Nest players on St. Lawrence, who were able to take a look at this Ken player with amazing momentum that you just barely in the last stock were able to shut down. And they went, here's the game plan. And they found the way around it. They found the way to adapt to perfectly counter. That's really important right there.
It's
I think
also,
that, yeah, go ahead.
Continue.
No, I just think that's one of the most important things you can do, demonstrate adaptation.
Yes, I would totally agree with that. And I also think it's kind of an interesting team choice to have 2 of the same character in Nest be on one team. I've seen, I think last night there was a team that had like 2 Clouds, or there might be teams with like maybe multiple Palutinas. Ness, I think, is really good. I think he can get hard counterpicked. So having 2 Nesses worked out today. Apparently, if the it worked out today very well. If the biggest threat on the opposite team was a Kin, I hope it doesn't come to bite them later in the series. Running with a double nest, but hey, either way, congratulations to them.
Yeah, for now, though, we are going to go for a little break. When we return, we're going to have an interview with a member of St. Lawrence, so don't go anywhere. ECAC will be continuing right after this quick break.
Crazy out, maybe try to, put a band-aid on the wound.
Stage early, but that's an air dodge. They don't have a jump, and Legmer knows it, but you're able to touch the stage fine.
Legmer is trying to counter with the F-tilts, which has been pretty good, especially the ledge like we saw earlier. But right now, Kazor's is in a really good spot in neutral and has a 40% lead in the champion. Oh, that's huge! Nice punish from Kazora.
Honestly, down B ledge coverage, especially online, is brutal because it's a guess that's kind of hard to punish because of the stars. And then if you're right, you get a kill. If you're wrong, they might get a straight hit.
Plus, you also get a ton of shield. That's not even necessarily a viable take.
Left down right there, the up tilt. Yeah. Recovery. Not being stuffed that. Oh, they only got a jump. Come on, man. As that multi-hit up tilt with nice pressure, it put you in a bad spot, and the stats.
Start off strong, 45%, 54 uncontested. Let's see what Andy has to offer. Right now, he's getting up 5.
Very good option coverage with those up tilts, but you're gonna get jabbed once, and there's the uppercut right, Dory. Looking kind of tough.
And as I was saying, if the character is going to start steamrolling, it's definitely a character with so much crazy gear definition that we've seen in Kim. Because, wow, only 19% so far. And this isn't just any character, this is just Fire Missile. Oh!
Hydra? Is that you?
Right. Hydra, you got a kin too? No. We definitely give AZ Tropical his props here. All right, having to come back to ledge against Pyro is really tricky. And again, this stage is mutually beneficial for both. Pyro Dare up smashing to kill. This stage is mutually beneficial for both. Pyro Dare up smashing to kill mad early. Up he's gonna kill early. A lot of ways for Pyro to make these stops.
This might just be death.
Oh my god, good DI will show you none of the neutral.
Oh!
AZ Tropical to get in, but once he gets in, it definitely super clean.
Word, AZ Tropical, they're going wild. But Orchard is firing back. Orchard. Back there right there, but this is anyone's game right now. Very even, a nice delay with that Tatsumaki off stage, but you're still gonna get up right into the yo-yo. Have to make up 2 stock, definitely have to sit in Orchard. I don't know if they're gonna make this easy, and well, I say I don't know, they are not making this easy.
Got a solid game plan. They're definitely once again facing AZ Tropical really well. And outside of that, one crazy shield break.
And then you're just always going to be at a deficit. As not a single touch on the board. Third.
Oh no, not the best option. Struggling with the 8. Oh, okay. This is going to be a whole bunch of damage. Not going to get through you. Not dead just yet. One more interaction with that caliber will actually give AZ Tropical the first option instead. Despite being down 150%. But that back throw.
The grounded combos you want to be seeing.
Alright, avoiding the yo-yo this time, getting back to the stage safely. We're going to see that F-throw come through, nearly killing Henry, and down throw to kill you again. Every single time Henry comes off the stage,
You're able to juggle them for a little bit, but those aren't the grounded combos you want to be seeing.
alright, avoiding the yo-yo this time, getting back to the stage safely. We're going to see that F-throw come through, nearly killing Henry, and down throw to shore you again. Every single time
We're getting a little overzealous with that combo, committing something that wasn't quite true. The up smash, even though you get the roll away, will cover the aggressive option. And right now, you have him at ledge. The forward smash, that's going to connect. Just the very tip of the tongue.
He is getting ducked, going to get dared, but does not hit the sweet spot. So one more opportunity to make breakthrough. Let's see if he can hold AZ Tropical with aggression. And the falling up air actually takes it. I don't think AZ is aggressive quickly. We're seeing some stalling with the PK slash. And of course, good maneuverability with that air dodge. Red Bomber almost going for the exact play I was talking about, running down into his body block. But Orchard is very, very fast.
that Red Bomber is ready for their tricks.
Yeah, Red Bomber getting a little bit more frame and trying to pull these kills. All right, much better guy. Not gonna back that back there. Just right. Yeah, not take this like a vulture and
Red Bomber is ready for their tricks.
yeah, Red Bomber getting a little bit more frame and trying to pull these kills. All right, much better guy. Not gonna back that back there. Just right. Yeah, not take this like a vulture and vulture with the up smash on the shield is going to secure.
See these little adjustments, but ooh,
Oh
that
my
could have been it right there. I saw the magnet come out. I thought it was magnet there, but ooh, there we go. At ledge, that back throw is going to be the finisher. Tumble.
I know he's doing a lot of magic but it's good to know that Zora can still respond to the looking on stage. Oh, again, dealing with another blast and Zora can win, at least so far in this round. And he's getting really good reads. You saw him hard up for a while, trying to figure out how to he is almost good. Definitely putting over the edge. The forward it seems that Zora coming with a lot of like falling there and output, which is pretty good pressure on your shield. Wilfred's playing around it as best he can, but essentially Wolf just kind of goes in everything. Ooh, hard.
Welcome back to ECAC. We are here with St. Lawrence's representative after a honestly very close win, but a pretty handed one at that. How you doing after that?
Thanks for having me at first. And that Ken was really good, so it was kind of stressful, and taking them out early, relieved a lot of stress. So, but they're definitely a great team, and it was really fun playing them.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I can definitely understand that. And like me, you were the one who initially you took 7 stocks, didn't you, to
first
open
game.
it
Yep.
up? Yeah. How'd you feel first of all, how'd you feel doing that? Like, opening up like that?
It's always great, to have 6 more stocks right behind you. So it basically secures the game. Um, and yeah, they scared us a little bit when our Pirate Myther didn't get any stocks, but we still ended up, taking the first game. So felt great getting 7 stocks. Just
Mhm.
Yeah, that definitely makes you the MVP of the squad. Now, when
yeah.
this all started off, we did not get to see your match against Red Baron, but you did run away with that with a 3 stock. Would you be able to walk us through a little bit of how that went down? How you're able to just make such a huge gap for your team right off the back and set all the momentum in SOU's favor?
Yeah, I just I think it was just I had him on ledge, just ledge trapping him the whole time. He couldn't really get back into neutral, so I think that's basically why I won that matchup.
Okay. All right. Good to know.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that
simply
kind of
put.
stuff is really important. I feel like Meta Knight has options at the ledge, but
Yeah,
if you're really on your game, especially with a character like Joker, I can definitely see that being a lot of
and
trouble.
then you always have Arsene, which is always great, just killing early.
Right, right, right.
Yeah, of course. And now I do wanna ask to get a little insight behind the scenes.
All
You
right.
said, again, you were immediately on the edge as soon as you saw that Ken come out,
Yeah.
and, well, got some Ken combos on you. So, I gotta ask, like, what was the game plan? What was the planning behind the scenes as you, like, watch your Aegis get destroyed and you're like, "Okay, what do we do here?"
Well, I'd say our Ness was probably our like one of our better players, and just his ground game looked really strong. So I know Ness has a really strong air game, so like try bringing that out, and it ended up working. And PK Fire is also a really strong, cool tool to keep him at bay. So just good option to pull out Ness there.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Nest was the answer, especially considering the first Nest died. You're like, no, send another one. We got it.
Yeah.
We're gonna nest this man up out of here. I don't care. We'll go all 3 nests if we need to.
Yep.
Um, but yeah, you guys definitely did a really good job of assessing the threat from the other team. Who I will say, despite everything, did keep it really close. It was a 1 stock win and then a 2 stock win. You
Yep.
guys were really strong at setting up a big gap, but hey, they
They
were no
brought it back.
slouches either. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and just to start closing things out, have you in particular, or your school in general, have you played in ECAC before?
I did not play last semester, but our school did. So this is my actually first time playing in an ECAC match. So, but we
Well,
played last semester and we did pretty well. So I'm glad to
yeah,
join the
n
team, St.
now
Lawrence.
that you've got a feel for it, how are you feeling about your team moving forward through the ECAC season?
Well, after they seem to be a pretty solid team, so I'm pretty confident that we can place pretty high and I'm excited to see what we can do.
All
I'm
right.
excited too.
Well,
Can't wait to watch some more.
Yeah.
yeah, but for now, I think that is all we have for our interview. We're a little bit behind schedule, so we'll be
Yeah.
rolling towards the next game. So, Legmer, thank you so much for your time and good luck in
Thank
the
you for
rest of
having
the
me.
season.
Thank
Of
you.
course.
Good luck with casting.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Much
Take care.
appreciated. And with that, we're just going to go to a little break. When we return, we will be having one last match for the night, so don't go anywhere. ECAC will be back. Welcome
right.
back, everybody, to ECAC. We're here for our last battle of the night here on Esports U. And right away, we're opening up with some, well, pretty heavy hitters. They have some nice players coming up from Pace Esports and SUNY Plattsburgh.
Yes, that is right. This is going to be our final game of the evening. There's still going to be way more ECAC conference content coming to you throughout, but tonight this is what's going to wrap us up. So I'm very curious to see how we're going to get started out here. I'm trying to take a look at some of these players, but I'm actually having some trouble with the Smash Player Database website. I don't know if it just went
Mm,
down in the middle of the cast. I think it did.
Wow.
But
Wow.
I'd
But
love to
either
feed you
way,
guys some tea, but I don't know if I can. But that's okay.
hey, we don't have the stats, but we do have the characters, and we do know 681 Shadow is coming in with a very nice coverall, playing that Palutena. And honestly, I don't think that's a bad choice to send in. And by I don't think, I mean I know. I mean, come on, Palutena. At worst, she loses barely by like an inch.
Right. I mean, there's so few characters that you can say like have a discernibly winning matchup. Like you'd have to really dig to find like a solid hard counter for Palutena. You could be like maybe Game and Watch or Pikachu if they have those characters at the ready. But against the vast majority of the cast, Palutena is going to be the leader or going to be the winner. It's actually a meme I see on Twitter all the time where anytime there's a top 8 graphic with like a lot of mid tiers in it, somebody always retweets and like, see, don't I miss Palutena? See, me Gunner wouldn't be in third if Paulitana was here. It's one of those things where she just covers such a large part of the cast. So yeah, starting with Palu is always good. We've seen Palu do a lot, not even just today, but really all throughout the weekend. Palu's been like a pretty dominant character. So yeah, let's see how Sunny responds to that.
Yeah.
I'm looking at some of the character lists. I see Ridley as an option. I see Mega Man,
Hmm.
Mario, DK.
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't start DK Paulo. That's a tough start. But Mario and Mega Man are both definitely pretty solid as far as like their matchup spreads and what they can cover.
Yeah. As we're getting into it now, both these teams getting in the arena. Ooh, I'm just
Yep.
saying, Discord has a new feature where it says competing in blank, and you can view it on League Spot. Very nice. Shout out to League Spot for making it very easy for all of us to get that player info. But yeah, very nice. We're getting into this now. I'm just amazed by new technology every day.
Yeah, and I mean honestly, shout outs to Discord really keeping everything afloat during the pandemic. I think nearly every Smash event that's happened over the past year and a half, 2 years of COVID, well more than, but the last 2 years of COVID-19 has all pretty much been handled through Discord. So congratulations to Discord for dominating in that space. But yeah, pretty soon we're gonna have this match coming for you. Any early predictions? I've not. Now I'm a little bit newer to the collegiate esports scene. I was hearing a little bit before we started that some of the players were not 100% familiar with the crew battle format. Um,
Yeah,
and
that's
that's
the
a thing that
thing.
kind of just happens.
That is the thing about invitationals versus more open things like ECAC. Like, obviously, ECAC is an institution. It has leagues for everything from golf to frisbee golf to esports. And well, a lot of these teams, they are newer to collegiate just because their college is partnered with ECAC and they hop on in. And because of that, well, it's in general, it's just you get a lot of people experiencing collegiate for the first time, so it's very nice to see. However, you can also get rocked a little, as we are getting into the game now to see if you are gonna get rocked a little or if you've got the skills you need to really put up a fight here. It's gonna be Mega Man versus Palutena.
All right, so we got 681 Shadow as Palutena, Coffee coming in as the Mega Man. I would imagine this could definitely be pretty tough for Mega Man. I think he's got a solid matchup spread, but Palutena might be an answer that could really get some trouble for him. So I think what it's really going to come down to is Palutena, if she decides to like aggressively try to outspace you with back air, she's going to be clanking with a lot of those projectiles or ignoring them entirely. But so far, Coffee's doing a really good job of crossing up 681 Shadow's shield with that leaf shield. And I think 681 is going to have to adapt and figure something out because other than that, the neutral is looking pretty good for him. Oh, we have hazards on Smashville. I just realized that. I don't think we're supposed to be playing on hazards on. Maybe somebody might have had their settings a little bit off, but this does give us a rare opportunity to see some crazy shenanigans on the stage and kind of reopen the debate on hazards versus hazards off.
They seem perfectly fine with it. And hey, gentleman's rule, I suppose, as now, honestly, the thing I'm seeing the most, even though 681 Shadow is having some trouble getting the initial starters, they're doing a great job at keeping Coffee in the air when they get the chance. But that forward smash is going to put a stop to that. Ooh, going for that spike right there, not going to connect. This not going to hit home.
Now, I almost kind of wonder which of these players is going to be more comfortable with, quote, old school Smashville, because they both have a lot of potential for some early stops here. Palutena Bear could be devastating if he catches Coffee at the ledge, but the same can be said for him. Mega Man Bear is nothing to sleep on either, but Shadow is once again showing us that down tilt confirmed at the ledge is super powerful and is going to go up to the first stop.
Yeah, catching you in the midst of that recovery. Mega Man not having a hitbox on that recovery is always going to hurt. As you get hit by your own sticky grenade. It was an opening for 681 Shadow, but they weren't able to capitalize, and eventually they got caught by that forward air, but still not going to die, and covering their landing with the auto reticle 2 is going to get them back until they walk right into the forward smash.
Yeah, speaking of covering landings, Coffee was more than ready. He had a little bit of charge in that forward smash too. Did a really great job of conditioning 681 Shadow. At first, he was kind of running in with those forward airs, and it looked like he was able to run in and just dash back, force a jump, and get a really surprising stop for that forward smash.
Yeah, as well, I'm not actually sure if this match is going to count in the end, but did you see that angle? The down smash sent it? Oh my gosh. From across the stage. Palutena.
Yeah,
Palutena, my friend.
Down, trying to find a spot dodge, even though it just been punished, maybe he was trying to go for double spot dodge, but definitely wasn't the ideal angle to hold from that move.
Not at all. Is at this point, we're just trying to find. Ooh, get the roll through the up smash. That little counter not going to be impactful either.
One thing I'm noticing is that 681 Shadow wants to come in and space his back airs, which is, ideal, standard Palutena gameplay. But because he's delaying the back airs, the limits actually are catching him off guard, and it kind of forces you to just like reland and start over.
Yeah, certainly is. As at this point. Ah, that was nice. You're able to get that up smash, finish them off in style.
Yeah, great coverage. More than ready to punish that jump. And honestly, Palutena up smash at the ledge, as good as down tilt is, it's still pretty terrifying for a lot of characters. I think it just gets overshadowed, no pun intended, every once in a while.
Yeah, 681 Shadow at this point has really picked up the pace. You see those Nair combos carrying you across the stage? They've got the 44% combo. It's not Hydra's 70, but hey, y'all gotta start somewhere. As covering that neutral tech with the up smash, that lingering hitbox, so nice.
Yeah, this is really running away for Coffee. Percents were pretty even, but this last stock was way in 681 Shadow's favor, getting another great jump read with a double jump up air to give Pace a 2-stock lead at the start of this game.
Yeah, as we are just getting some quick rule clarifications after Hazard's on. We're going to try and figure that out for you, so don't you worry. But at the moment, we'll just analyze the match for what it is. We'll just get to see what these players are up to, because, well...
To me, it looked like... I think the neutral game itself was pretty evenly distributed between both of them. I think they both had a pretty solid understanding of neutral, but as much as Coffee was kind of chipping away at Shadow 8-1, Shadow 8-1's advantage state just looked a lot scarier. It was pretty close, but then that very last stock, Shadow 8-1 just went pedal to the metal, got a single opening, and just rode it for a really long time. It got like 90% before Coffee could even respond with like a pellet or like a spare projectile.
Yeah, and while they did go even at the neutral, like you said, and there was the punish game, I think the real place the difference was made was at the ledge. Consistently, Shadow was getting 2 frames, getting ledge traps, getting kills at the ledge. Even if you weren't getting kills, you were getting down smashes, which would send you at a horrible angle off stage, give you a very linear recovery, and just reset the situation all over. Meanwhile, it felt like Coffee was just consistently going for these down airs, going for leaf shield at ledge. They weren't really covering everything that they could. And so Shadow is just getting so many kills, so much damage at the ledge that Coffee really isn't making up.
Yeah. I also will say I'm not sure which team might have had hazards on Smashville, but that would kind of give me an early indicator between which of these two schools is more accustomed to a competitive Smash just as a whole. Like that's something where, and obviously mistakes happen. It's not a big deal, but sometimes it can be an indicator to show you which school might be a little bit more experienced. So I can't call which one that was, but yeah, it definitely looked like Coffee was going pretty ham, trying to force a ledge option and mixing it up. At one point, the forward smash did come through and it worked out really well. But I do think that 681 Shadows' plans were a lot more consistent. They weren't necessarily running off stage trying to force anything. They were just being pretty patient. They got a lot of mileage out of up smash and down tilt both. So that was another big thing that kind of separated this for them as a neutral.
Yeah, unfortunately, we are going to have to reset that just a little bit. We're going to be getting back into it, presumably on Smashville again, but just a little bit of a rematch because we want to make sure here in an official collegiate league we're doing everything according to the rules. So, unfortunately, even if it's the rule at your local, no hazards on Smashville here.
Oh, I do. I am a little bit curious to know what was the reasoning for that. But if they're
Yeah,
getting a full rematch, okay, well that is going to affect a lot. I think that Coffee still has a whole lot of momentum going into that, and the match could be relatively unchanged. But who knows? We can't really call it.
yeah. I'm still leaning a little bit more towards Shadow just because of the consistency at the ledge. And it felt like their combo game really came alive towards the end of that match as opposed to the beginning where they were just more or less getting crossed up and trading spare hits with Coffee.
Yeah, it definitely looked like they adapted a little bit faster. Because at first they were getting kind of they were getting crossed up and they looked a little bit confused. But I think by the third stock they had it all figured out. They knew what Coffee wanted to do in neutral, and they were just hard punishing every decision he was making. So
Yeah, it was very, very nice overall. And we're finally getting back into this rematch. Starting off clean, finally. We're starting to get a little more used to it. Remember, this is the first match of ECAC for these teams. And more than that, it might be the first match for some of these players. So, understandably, they need a little bit more time to warm up. As the names are swapped, but wait, no, they're not. They're just on different side of the stages. But either way, Pace right now is actually playing under the Smashville platform very nicely until Palutena just forces them out.
and once again another ledge trap situation. This time not going to touch the ledge, going to air dodge through, which does result in a punish, but not nearly what it's been before because it seems like every time you touch the ledge before it was a guaranteed stop. Taking a ton of damage though. Ooh, and the lingering hitbox on the up smash is going to come through. Pace only taking 33% at the start of that.
That was dominance right there. Like I said, the ledge game is 681 Shadow's bread and butter. And they're not just getting consistent options that we would see Hydra go for, they're going for these hard reads, and they've all been rewarded thus far.
We've definitely seen Shadow, as I said before, they're responding to Leaf Shield really, really well. Coffee's going to have to switch up the neutral a little bit. I think Metal Blade was getting him a lot of mileage. I don't think Shadow was punishing it as much, but it definitely looks like Shadow's game plan is like land on Coffee with an aerial, kind of hold shield and wait for the response, whether it be back air or leaf shield, and then just punish whichever one he chooses, like this back throw.
Woo! Yeah, right off stage right there. And you're able to interrupt the recovery with that auto reticle. Still stacking on so much damage, you're pretty much a clean stock ahead at this point. And you use dash tech to get them off stage again, but they go high into this landing situation. But that's a nice air dodge, neutral air dodge instead of directional to keep you out of that long landing leg.
Really, really sneaky side B coming from Shadow. Coffee definitely wasn't ready, almost died. I think he had a smash tag too, so increase the knockback. But, of course, he's getting a little bit too aggressive, trying to take his first stock. Finally gets it, but 681 Shadow does once again have a little stock lead.
Yeah, now, at this point, looking for these early percents, but being on a platform above Palutena is terrifying. All the drag downs, all the potential from full hops can get you, but
Even a jab block from Luke if she's like super duper on it.
Yeah, at this point. Ooh! That roll in, just barely avoiding the up smash right there.
Yeah, and that's tricky stuff too, because had she opted for down smash instead, that actually would have still been fine.
Oh, and now you get the leaf shield as well. Forward smash, but they're able to escape for the time being. This is nice. I really like how Coffee is mixing up the recovery timings. Remember, they were getting really consistently 2-frame before, but now they're not getting hit as much. But regardless, it's still so hard to land until you get the leaf shield. Then you get a little bit of an opening. With a strong enough read, you could end up taking this, but it is 681 Shadow who has you in disadvantage, has you at the ledge, barely able to get off. Finally, you get something, but nice roll away.
Yeah, when it comes to the scores, it looks like this is going relatively about the same. I know this is a rematch and they have to swap the stages up, but as it turns out, 681 Shadow won with the exact same 2 stocks as before. So the momentum definitely still seemed really good for them. You know, great work to them. Pace is going to go up, but once again, now that we are finished the rematch with 2-stock lead, and Sunny's going to have to find something to respond with. Now, as we were saying, Palutena is a character that's just got a really great matchup spread, specifically against the mid and low tier characters. She's just really strong against like the entire bottom 40 of the cast. And from what I'm looking at from the notes with Sunny, the other potential characters coming in are like Ridley or DK slash Mario. And while Mario might be a good option, DK and Ridley can get super bullied by Palutena. So maybe listen to Mario in. I feel like Mario Palutena is probably a much better matchup. I think Mario himself has a really good matchup spread. But yeah, this is that moment where they're going to have to be really careful and really start to consider all their options. And if they're unfamiliar with the crew battle format, I don't know if they are, but if there's some of the players that were unfamiliar with it, that decision making might not be something that they're ready for. And yeah, I guess today's going to be a learning experience one way or the other.
Yeah, and honestly, sometimes, like, I'm not saying don't try and win. I would never say that. But I feel like when you're having this learning experience, it might be good to just take this as a baseline. Just be like, okay, let us send in just who we're feeling. Let's see what our baseline is. Let's see how our DK does. Let's see how our Ridley does. Because those characters can have a pretty strong punish game. And I feel like that is something, again, I keep harping on the punish game, the kill confirms. And well, with heavies, half their moves are kill confirms. But
And I don't want to completely sleep on heavies because we did see some shocking stuff. I think it was Saturday with JLB's K Rule.
yeah, that
Who was
was
coming in with a heavy. He was doing a lot of work. He was
yeah.
potentially the MVP of his entire crew, getting crazy reads with those charge smash attacks. And that's something that Ridley and DK can do as well. And I'm also a pretty decent Ridley believer. One of the best players in our entire state. Also is a Ridley. They're kind of up and coming from the Wi-Fi era, but they've taken out some pretty big names. So I've seen Ridley go crazy. So who knows? Of course, we can't really predict it. We can only, guess with the information that we have so far. But either way, Pace is in a really good spot. And judging by the other potential characters they could use, mostly Greninja, they can have a pretty solid matchup spread for the rest of the crew battle, even outside of where they're starting.
And now overall, they're just getting these bans out of the way. Again, I just like to take a moment to thank you, all of you in the audience, for your patience as we're getting through this. Like I said, a lot of these teams new to the ECAC format in general, so it takes a second to kind of figure out your bands, figure out your character, all that jazz. But as we go forward through the season, I assure you everything's gonna speed up as we are just, like I said, trying to get these last characters. Now, we could talk character matchups all day, but honestly, I might just run through a little recap while we have a second of
Yeah,
everything
sure.
that happened.
Absolutely. I'd be delighted.
So first off, our first game of the day was one of the reigning champions, NJCU and Husson University. And Husson, well, they put on a strong showing. They got a 5-stock lead over NJCU. That's massive. That is massive in a crew battle. And then NJCU showed who makes them the continuous titans in this league. Hydra came in and swept and got a JV4. And if you don't know what that means he took all 3 stocks without taking a single hit of damage. Not a single percent, not even from the blast zone.
Nothing. And that was after, again, coming into a 5-stock deficit, being like, all right, I got to take 2 stocks off this, and I have to like take 3 more from the other person. And instead of seeing that be like a knockdown, drag out battle, he did not drop. Actually, I think he dropped 0
1
stocks
stock.
the entire time he played. Oh, it was 1? Okay, he lost 1 stock the entire time he played. So he took 5 and lost none, and then took 9 and lost only 1 stock. So that just goes to show you that these colleges, you might see some people that are newer to the game, and you might see some really powerful veterans and players like Hydra.
Yeah, and we might continue this recap in a little bit, but it looks like we're getting into it now. It's going to be Adam coming in, who is the DK/Mario player.
Okay, so it is.
I know you're leaning towards Mario, but I do also feel like on Wi-Fi especially, people like to go their comfort picks, and Mario, I feel like, can occasionally struggle to get these kills if you're not like there's a reason people thought Dr. Mario was briefly better than Mario, just because it is tough to get these confirms if you're not that used to how slippery it is, but no. We are getting right into it.
And the main ways we're going to see Mario kill, I would assume, would be like back air and up smash would be like the 2 biggest threats. F smash, if you can find one against Palutena. Mario is really good about punishing people for landing on your shield, but the average character does not have the range and the safety of Palutena's aerials. So they're going to have to be very much on the ball.
Yeah, Mario does
get those reversal kills.
He does suffer against disjoints, and going for that fireball right away, it was a nice start. It can lead to a grab and such, but you're not even able to get in against, again, the constant wall of disjoints. You called it out.
Adam getting a little bit of an opportunity, forcing 681 Shadow off the stage, trying to go for that Flood too, which is another method. I hadn't talked about it yet, but that is another really good method to kill Palutena. She's forced with a warp recovery, so she doesn't have that many options to mix it up. And if Adam's on the ball, he can take a stock at shockingly early percents. But so far, it still looks like 681 is in complete control. Already got a 2-stock lead, and now paces up yet another stock in this series.
And now, at this point, 681 Shadow, they're feeling confident, but Adam gets to throw off stage. The ledge tap situation now, but relying a lot on these fireballs. That's not going to be a very committal option, especially if you're not dashing in to follow up on it. Adam, fishing now for these heavier moves. Palutena's at kill percent. Ooh.
This is exactly what I was talking about. Oh, I think we might be kicked out. But you saw, again, Adam tried and true strategy, which works against so much of the cast, is getting those up smashes out of shield. But unfortunately for us, we're going to be having to miss that match. So we're going to cut to a short break. We'll return once we have the results of that. And we'll see you guys in a few moments with the updated scores.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here after that unfortunate little technical difficulty, but we're back into it now. And Palutena 681 Shadow, to be precise, actually scraped it out against the Mario. Adam with 1 stock remaining, so 7 stock lead for Pace right
Yes.
now.
Now, again, sometimes these teams have like a sleeper anchor that can come in and just fully wipe up the deficit and like catch it back up. We saw Hydra pull that off. We saw AZ, the Kin player, almost pull that off. So I don't want to count SUNY out just yet, but it's definitely looking like Pace's round to win, minus something we would consider miraculous. But we've seen nothing but miracles all night. So honestly, at this point, I'm just kind of expecting to see another one. But you really can't call it either way.
Yeah, I
I
feel like, well, based on the trend, the anchor has always been extraordinarily strong. Think of the Ken, think of Hydra. There's so many options. So we're gonna get to see what that anchor is gonna be as we get into the game now.
All right, so we're gonna have Vaz coming in with the Ridley. Now, so it looks like their anchor player is actually a Ridley, which is really interesting. I'm very excited to see what the strongest character on the team, being a Ridley, is going to be able to do. I think he's just going to have to really, really be careful about Palutena in air. That's the main tool that I think is going to spell disaster. Getting back to the stage can be a little bit tough too. But it looks like Shadow has found the first one, gets the first couple, but Vaz just goes straight off stage, waits a little bit at the ledge, and just wants to make sure that they actually ice Shadow out a little bit and make sure that they don't get any early momentum.
Yeah, you gotta be very preemptive meeting Palu in that air-to-air, as is being demonstrated now.
Another big thing is, like, even if he's not being tagged by it directly, caught in an air-to-air, what is his punish to it on shield? We saw him attempt to punish with a forward tilt, but Shadow was able to land safely. I think if he can find an answer to that move in neutral, this matchup can get a lot better for them. But so far, Shadow's in a really good spot. Baz got sent out really, really far from that back air. I don't think they were ready to DI it appropriately, and Shadow's taking that first stock with only 42%, taking 8 stocks so far for the entire team that Pace is playing with this.
Oh my gosh, and it's only getting worse. It's only getting worse and worse, as now you get the tech chase on the platform, and this is already looking like an almost even stock. You can't get back down to the ground. I'm expecting, yeah, that down air to come out, but a parry on the up smash?
Yeah.
Right. Shadow's going for the OCV.
It's definitely important to note here for Shadow that Vaz is not afraid to choose an aggressive landing option. That is information, and if Shadow picks up onto that, this lead can get even worse. But he is at 73%, so we're getting closer and closer to those Ridley kill percents. But right now, Shadow's just tacking on so much damage and doing an exemplary job of just trapping the entire SUNY squad at the ledge, it feels like.
Yep. Ooh. Fantastic forward tilt right there, skewering them right as they get out of the teleport. That means 681 Shadow. The reign is ended right there.
Yeah.
I believe at 7 stocks right there. Yeah,
Yes.
that.
After taking 7 stocks. So Vaz has 6 more to take with their 2, but that is a nice little bit of momentum to go in there. That was a very clean 2-frame. You don't see Palutena get 2-framed all the time, but really good awareness to get that F tilt, especially a downward angle F tilt. Vaz was definitely showing us that they were on the ball. So congratulations to them, at least getting 681 Shadow off. I don't know if they had the strategy of throwing their anchor in first or if that was their just usual starter player, but it does at least give them a little bit more information, if absolutely nothing else, on who else they have on the team coming in. So the other options, we have Dadvon plays Bowser, and we have JJ who plays Greninja. Greninja could be pretty tough against Ridley. Bowser might be a little bit more even. So it's up to Pace to make what they feel is the right call. But yeah, their captain's going to have to really put the team on the back.
And it's a lot you have to put on your back right now. I mean, you had some nice stuff right there, but largely, it was a lot of stray hits up until that very nice 2-frame. You've got to be a lot more precise. You've got to, again, I keep calling out, if you want to be making comebacks, you've got to have the punish game and kill confirms. I feel like Ridley might have, like, even though you didn't demonstrate the punish game, that might just be because Palu just beats out all of your combo starters.
Yeah.
It's very feasible against a lesser character. You might have a sick punish game, But, yeah, we're
I
going
think
to get to see.
another thing worth noting in that matchup is that like we saw Palutena, going crazy with neutral air, but Ridley's neutral air covers a similar space, but is also a really powerful tool for them in neutral. It loses to Palutena neutral air, so that takes a lot of the teeth out of Ridley's game. But Ridley can kind of run in with a similar plan and get a lot done. I've seen plenty of crazy Ridley strings with like falling there into like F tilt or maybe they can set up some reads with throws. There's a couple knowledge checks that Ridley has, like down throw and the skewer. If you force an air dodge, is like guaranteed. If your opponent doesn't know what's going on, so there's definitely some options here. But whoever they throw in at the next match, we will at least know that Ridley is going to be able to use their neutral air in neutral and actually um, kind of command some space and get some extra damage.
There's a reason the best Ridley is named Nair. We'll just say that.
Yeah, that actually does make sense. But all right, but they're going to be going in against JJ. You might see it as YAJ. It's just spelled backwards. But yeah, they're running in with a Greninja. This is the character I figured would be a bigger problem for SUNY. And so far, it looks like it's going about how I expected to. We're seeing Vaz kind of respond with those nairs against JJ, but he's staying low to the ground and kind of getting punishes. And once again, totally different matchup, but still looks like a key Ridley neutral tool is kind of just off the market.
Yeah, this is so fast-paced right now for JJ. But, again, Vaz has really brought this back. I mean, you still get back aired. After that explosive start, though, only a few stray hits, and JJ is already at, well, a pretty good kill percent. That side B off ledge. It's happened again.
Oh,
that was perfect.
Wow.
That was unintentional, but perfect. Mashing out right there means you just get popped out. You're not on stage. That is unfortunate, but it is a chance right now for Vaz, but they do drop the stock.
Yeah, great parry to down smash there. That is one thing, like Greninja's so fast, but he does fall pretty quickly too, so it was really unfortunate that air dodge was the button that came out. I'm sure he was trying to find a way to get out or maybe tech something, but he really just ended up in an awkward spot. Yaz, so far from what I've seen, or excuse me, Vaz, he's saying Yaz, he tends to kind of wait on at the ledge. It takes the momentum away from his opponent in that like the pacing changes. But if JJ catches on to that, we can do some really early kills with down smash. I'm shocked that didn't kill, but that did. That up air at the top of the blast zone is going to take it, and Pace is going to take the first round of this with 5 stocks left on their team.
Yeah, Pace looking dominant. Not again. Sai and I have spent the entire weekend watching collegiate crew battles, so like we have seen some crazier things happen than have a team get 5 stock and then all of a sudden come back and win. However, that was looking pretty brutal. It looked like every single player was a wall, and there was just no wrecking ball. There was no wrecking ball. There were walls on the side of I apologize. SUNY Plattsburgh. There are a lot of SUNY schools in ECAC, I will say. But
oh, thank you for the clarification. I won't just call them SUNY then. I'll say SUNY Plattsburgh.
Yeah, SUNY Plattsburgh. Yeah. But there were a lot of walls, but there was no like wrecking ball. There was no one like smashing through the players. Whereas pretty much everyone from Pace is just kind of on a tear.
Now let's see how Plattsburgh adapts. So definitely was a strong idea to start out with Shadow. Shadow not only is able to play a character that like counters so much of the cast, but also took 7 stocks, which means that they're very, very good at the game. So Plattsburgh has to be thinking like, okay, do we want to go in with Palu Ridley? Like, our Ridley is our captain, but that's still kind of a rough matchup. Um, Mario could be a good option, but I think Mario only took like 1 stock. I'm not necessarily sure what the ideal game plan is for them. Palutena is definitely the biggest problem. They have to find a way to make sure they kill the Palutena without losing anyone that's too valuable and still not force Ridley to go in against JJ because that matchup is going to be pretty tough too. But I think if they can get them down to their last character, the matchup spreads from the characters that I see remaining should be fine. They shouldn't be dealing with any hard counters, and they would be in a pretty good position to start getting a reversal here. But that's a lot of big ifs. So who knows? Who knows how it's all going to play out?
If I do think, just from the way the players are talking, that this may again be Pace's first time here in ECAC. So this is a really good learning experience for them. This is a chance for them to sit down and be like, okay, where did we go wrong? Was it in our player order? Are there little execution things we can tighten up? All these little things can help Pace come back so much stronger next week. The improvement I have seen week to week between teams has been phenomenal in ECAC in particular. So I'm hoping Pace, even if they don't bring it back here, they will still find a way to do it. But again, the game's not over until the last stock is taken. So we'll see if they're still able to bring it back, as we're just redoing stage strikes real quick. A little bit of an issue, but we will be getting back into the game soon enough.
Yes, we will be back momentarily. Um, this is it's just a I really it's very hard for me to predict what's going to go on from here. It just is going to come down to experience because if it's your very first time in a crew battle, I know it's like an unfamiliar format. It's a different mindset to get into. For some players, it could actually be more stressful because you're representing. Well, right now you're representing an entire college with those three stocks. So there's plenty of players that might be like, oh, I'll play kind of fast and loose, whatever. I'll have a stock left, or I'll go for a suicide kill, blah, blah, blah. Like in singles or even in doubles, like I'll just do whatever I can borrow stock from my teammate. Terrible mindset, but it is a mindset that you see. But crew battles are pretty unforgiving, and it can be a little difficult just getting used to that format too. But hopefully both teams from this, learn about it too. Pace is still doing really great. I don't know how Plattsburgh is going to respond, but if nothing else, it's going to be a lot of experience, and they're not going to be out of this just yet because this will be a Swiss bracket. So they'll get to fight someone else if they do go down here and they end up losing. They'll get to fight someone else with the same score as them.
Whew. And look who's coming in. It's a rematch right here, but this time 681 Shadow has all three stocks. Vaz confident in their ability to take down this Palutena who ran a tear through their entire team. Let's see if they're able to do that. As they make liberal use of that down tilt, I love that. That down tilt, one of Ridley's best poking tools.
Yeah, I think this is a solid decision because if Vaz is able to pull this off and take even one stock into the ninja, that saves them from a lot of like matchup shenanigans for the rest of the battle. So it is a little bit of extra pressure on Vaz to make sure they get the early lead. But right now, Shadow is just really commanding things. I think Battlefield's a really, really good Palutena stage too. So hopefully Vaz can find something to like kind of take the neutral back. But we've seen Shadow laddering pretty often, or Shadow putting themselves in a position to ladder pretty often here.
Nice. Oh, catches the dash back. It's like, where are you going? Get back here with that explosive flame. As now you're pressuring Vaz on the platform. Nair sends him out.
All right, very slow, predictable recovery. Just barely going to make it back though. Not getting two frames out of that down tilt this time. So they're definitely going to have to play extra careful around it. Nice. All right, you see them really mixing it up. They're actually going for like a more aggressive up B. From above the ledge to snap the ledge, throwing eyeshadow, or excuse me, eyeshadow, throwing shadow off their game. Not eyeshadow, pardon me. Yeah, they haven't died just yet, so they're not out of this, but the percents are way in Shadow's favor.
And it's so tough to find this kill move right here, but down throw, back air. On smaller bodies, they may not connect anymore, but on Ridley, you better believe it does.
Yeah. And Paula, she has to kind of like read the DI to get the guaranteed. And like the kill isn't guaranteed. There's a lot of situations where she will get it anyway. But somebody like Ridley, it feels guaranteed.
Yep. Ooh, a lot of Nair strings coming all around. As you go for the down tilt, not actually gonna find anything there. Oh, they love that down smash at ledge too, because if it does hit, it's just a kill. And if they do get up, it just spaces for you because of the win box.
I think one of the big things we're seeing here is that Vaz is going to have to figure out some different out of shield options for Shadow. Like even right there, successfully shielded that aerial and just kind of went like a roll away instead, defensively. If they can actually force Shadow to like respect Ridley's shield, they can turn some of this momentum around. I like the attempt running in on that platform tech for the up smash. It covers all the options, but the spacing was just off both times, and Vaz has yet to take the first stop. Oh, wow. That'll do it. Booted right in the mouth. Okay. The stocks are actually even now between Pace and Sunny.
And now at this point, going for that down tilt, not going to connect this time. As there we go. There's the down smash right there.
Yeah, that move covers both sides fantastically, and Vaz rolled right into the opposite side. It doesn't really matter which side you hit on, especially with that much charge. It is going to delete that stop.
And they're just chunking away at that shield too. Vaz was the main hope. They were the one who dealt with this Palutena last time. If they're not able to find it here, that's going to be rough.
Ooh, and Vaz taking a play out of Shadow's book and getting a down smash at the ledge in respawn. Once again, Shadow sneaking in that sneaky side B. I love that they're able to do that off stage so much. It definitely seems to be keeping their opponent on their toes. Great way to sneak in some extra damage too.
Yeah, you just control your opponent's positioning with that. You say, you want to dash back? No, you're going there. You want to dash forward? No. Like, you can control the spacing of it too, depending on how you input it, and it's being shown as just one of the most powerful neutral tools in the game. As Shadow hasn't been able to be quite persistent with the... They're going to finish it off right there. Finally, the down smash connects.
Yeah, and here's the thing. So they're not able to get the 2-frame with the down tilt, which is really, really good for Vaz because that's like the main thing that you see Palutena's getting away with at the ledge. But the fact that all of Vaz's options from the ledge all seem to have been punished by the same move and just that down smash is kind of damning. It's like, all right, maybe they want to come up with like a ledge drop aerial. Maybe they want to come up with like an aggressive like ledge jump side B. But all those options, or even roll as we saw, but all those options lose to just down smash. I think Vaz... And the next time, if they ever play again, it's just going to have to play that really patiently and just really kind of like consider all their options because down smash was just like, it felt like the square peg in the every hole. You know, it felt like it was just doing everything.
Yep. As at this point, didn't they make it? They made it there to the last player with 1 stock. It is possible that Shadow, based on previous statistics, could just get a 1-character victory, which means they don't even need to send in their teammates. They're just going to wipe out stock after stock after stock of SUNY Plattsburgh until they succeed.
Yeah. Now it also, again, it kind of stinks for them. Had Plattsburgh gotten the very first character win, that would have been really good. But from here on out, no matter how you slice it at Plattsburgh, the matchups are going to be like mediocre to bad at this point. Like Mega Man Bowser is actually not bad for Bowser. DK Palutena is a death sentence. Mario Palutena is okay, but not great. You know, Greninja versus DK is death sentence. There's a lot of situations where pace, depending on even just spinning a wheel, just randomly deciding what character they throw in next, if Shadow does go down, has a strong chance of having an advantage over the character from Plattsburgh.
Yeah. As now, Adam is coming in. Like you said, sorry, we didn't get to see a lot, but one thing you did call out from Adam was the flood confirms on Palutena's recovery. There's like a brief second before she grabs the ledge where you can just blow her away from it if she doesn't space it correctly. It looked like Adam was going for that. It looks like Adam was aware of that, but if you're able to hit that consistently, man, that's good.
Yeah, that could be really huge if you're if nothing else, even just forcing her to choose a panic option off the ledge could be really good. But I'm assuming that's the matchup we're going to see again. The biggest takeaway though is what is he going to do about her aerials on his shield? I think his best case scenario, since he wasn't necessarily able to get like the up smash punish that Mario's accustomed to when people land on his shield, I think he's just going to have to be really aware and go for dash grab. Like, she's probably not going to do falling aerial to rising aerial. She'll probably just do an aerial and hold shield because she expects that up smash. So if Adam is aware of Shadow's game plan, that's so much easier said than done. I'm in the caster chair. You know, I literally spend way more time analyzing this game than playing it. If Adam is aware of that, I can see him getting a lot of big punishes in the neutral, but I just don't know if they happen to pick up on that from that single game they played before.
Ooh. And I like the liberal use of tilts right here, not putting yourself at significant disadvantage by going for not properly spaced aerials. But speaking of spaced aerials, oh no, Palu's getting the extension all the way up, and Mario's off the top. Adam's gone.
That was an egregious start to this. That was such a quick combo. Only dying off the top at 73% and 47 already right after. Adam looking a little bit shook. Now, Battlefield is a stage that can benefit both players, both Mario and Palutena, but Shadow definitely looking like the more experienced one in this matchup, just decimating that first stock off Adam.
Yeah, I mean, forward smash, up smash, a true combo, apparently.
Yeah,
As
apparently.
up he had a shield, get some work done, but that flood not properly timed, able to get back there. I appreciate the attempt at a ledge trump, trying to get tricky with it, but going off stage like that, forced out there is going to be your demise right now. Shadow poised to get the 3 stock.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on right now. You can tell that Adam is getting a little bit stressed out, going for some up Bs out of shield, going really aggressive, trying to get the ledge trump with the cape, which not a bad plan, but considering the SU that came after it, and considering how fast Shadow took that first stock with those platform extensions, Adam has to be very, very nervous right now. And Shadow, smelling blood in the water, is just going fully aggressive right now.
Yeah, they are as oof. Very nice stuff right there. As they're ooh, I was about to say very nice stuff, but again, you go for these very exploitable options, and Shadow has shown that they're not going to drop it once. You DI in, they're not going to drop it.
Yeah, that was a pretty clean 3 stock for Shadow. Only lost the first stock from the previous game. That whole game was like maybe a minute and some change. I mean, it just started off so rough for Plattsburgh, going down to that 0 death off the top ladder. But even outside of like a single combo, like being the momentum swing, like everything else that Shadow got was just really good set play, just really good reads. Was very consistent about like checking his tech situations and having like up smashes at the ready or even a back air. It just looked like Shadow was just kind of playing in a different league there. Adam wasn't able to pick up on the few mistakes that were being made and just got a little bit antsy. I think that's really what it came down to. He just got nervous.
Yeah, I think so too, Sai. As now we're in the final countdown. It's gonna be Coffee coming in. Coffee, if you remember correctly, did they got a stock off of Shadow? So they have the experience, they have the data. It is possible they can take that experience, all that data, and channel it into a Shadow win. At the very least, if you don't beat the entire school, you can at least beat your bracket demon.
Not Shadow being the SUNY bracket demon, but yeah, you're kind of
Yeah.
right. But who knows? I think Mega Man. Excuse me, I shouldn't say Mega Man. I think Coffee was playing pretty solid. It just kind of like all kind of fell out of his hands at the end there. Once Shadow got aggressive, Shadow was coming into this really hot, taking 6 stocks already. They're already up a game, so all the pressure is on SUNY. Shadow could even throw these 2 stocks away, and they'd still be in a good spot. So I think he's gonna know that Coffee's under a little bit of extra pressure, having to play from behind and try to like represent the entire team at this point. But it's just gonna come down to perseverance. Is Coffee gonna be able to dictate the pace of this game? Because the entire last game was all dictated by Shadow's pace. They were all playing at Shadow's speed, and that worked out for her. Let's see if Coffee can maybe slow things down and kind of chip away. Maybe take this, maybe only lose 1 stock, who knows? But that's a whole lot of ifs, ands, buts, and maybes.
Well,
Okay,
that's yeah. A hard read to start it out, but it's still even percents, almost exactly. Whiffing aerials as they try and dance around each other's shield, but they can't quite find the hit, just little stray taps here and there. But that down throw, you know that's going to lead to some big damage. 50% already on the Mega Man, and you've caught them without a jump. Are they going to take him out the top again? They love to get those juggles. I feel like Shadow is so proficient, specifically in those juggle situations.
Yeah, he's really good at pressuring from below. And you saw Coffee trying to switch it up, trying to up B with Rush, which honestly almost made things worse, as that tends to happen every once in a while with Mega Man. And then you saw him trying to aggressively come back down with a Hard Knuckle, but there's just too much startup. I'm pretty sure Hard Knuckle is about, I want to say like 17 frames. Like, it's not a bad move, but it's a little slow. Meanwhile, Palutena up air is half the speed of that, and also got an enormous hitbox.
And you know it does, as canceling off the platform right there, very nice. Shadow trying to find the way in again. They have them at kill percent. They just need to find this last little hit. Even that 2 frame isn't going to lead to a kill anymore. You're out of that range.
All right. Coffee making some solid defensive decisions, going for that leaf shield out of shield, but that's not going to be enough to win you this game. They're down, and now they've been back throw. And Shadow at 98%, outside of like literally an up tilt or like an F smash read, is still in a pretty good spot to tackle a bunch of free damage.
Ooh, just standing still in front of their shield with the leaf shield ominously. That was very nice.
I think Coffee is giving up a little bit too much stage control. They're very consistently trying to like hard knuckle her recovery, which like I get it, I know it's tempting, but every time he does it, Shadow's able to just roll in and run back to the stage and yeah, get a whole bunch of mileage out of it. And they're also doing Shadow's also doing a really good job with these platform extensions. Oh, and there's the up tilt that they needed.
Oh,
a little bit of
another
spaghetti on
whip.
both sides here though.
They both escaped that with taking like 1% damage.
Yeah, they're both throwing out like really powerful kill moves.
They're like, okay, let's pretend that never happened. Reset.
Right. Like, you know what? Nobody saw it. You know, didn't happen. Just start over.
But the eyes of the casters are always watching as they're, ooh, nice back throw. And they use the win box to propel you away from the ledge right there. Coffee now on their last stock to avoid getting 9 stocks taken by Shadow, and that up tilt, not a great way to start.
And here we are in the exact same situation we saw before. Shadow's got control of the pace, knows that Coffee is absolutely fiending to try to take a stock, and Coffee's just going for really big plays. We're seeing them go for like down smashes and up tilts. Okay, does land that up tilt, but hopefully for SUNY side they can take the stock off Shadow, but otherwise Shadow would be taking it for their entire team with a 9 stock victory in round 2.
Ooh. Going for that dash grab, can't quite connect it. This is getting close. This is getting dicey. But, Sai, that nair could be the opening you need. You have them off stage, but that's a very low jump. You gave stage control back to them, but a platform cancel will get you back into neutral. But you get caught by the leaf shield. Percents are starting to stack up.
Yeah, Shadow dumpstering that ghost that was down there, but Coffee, meanwhile, remaining on the stage, fully unscathed by that down air attempt. Oh, but forward tilt actually interrupting leaf shield. That's pretty big.
And there's the down smash. I feel like every single time Shadow needs a victory, the down smash that is not hit once the entire game is the killing move.
Yeah, honestly, it looks like the entire squad was kind of getting folded by that down smash to the ledge. Not one person was able to find a solid answer. And that is easier said than done. You know, it covers the left side, it covers the right side. It's more active than you think, and I can see it catch you out of jump too. It's honestly a pretty good move. I also like that we saw the stock earlier. You pointed it out that he recognized that Coffee was going to be forced to air dodge to a ledge and just threw out that F smash. If it connected, it killed. But even if it didn't and the wind box pushed you away, you still get a free stock. So it definitely looked like the ledge game was way in Shadow's favor, and Shadow takes the entire battle round 2, taking 9 stocks by themselves, making them the MVP. Wow, what is it with these Palutena 9 stocks? What's going on? What's that saying? What's Palutena doubters looking real sus right now? Because that character is still pretty crazy. But yeah, that's
not top 10.
okay.
I'm starting to start stuff at the end of the stream.
But yeah, I think we're going to cut to an interview in a moment, but real quick, we're going to cut to a break and just let you guys know that is going to wrap up the action, but we are going to hear from somebody from the Pace team. My guess would probably be Shadow after that play, but stay tuned. We'll be back with a little bit more content for you in just a moment. This time, not going to touch the ledge, going to air dodge through, which does result in a punish, but not nearly what it's been before, because it seems like every time you touch the ledge, through is a guaranteed stop. Taking a ton of damage though. Ooh, and the lingering hitbox on up smash. Really, really sneaky side B coming from Shadow. Coffee definitely wasn't ready. Almost died. I think he had a smash back too, so it's decent knockback. But of course, he's getting a little bit too aggressive, trying to push the first off.
Long landing leg.
Really, really sneaky side B coming from Shadow. Coffee definitely wasn't ready. Almost died. I think he had a smash back too, so it's decent knockback. But of course, he's getting a little bit too aggressive.
This is in as he's at the ledge, barely able to get off. Finally, you get something, but nice throw away.
Yeah, they don't see a score. It looks like this is going relatively about the same. I know this is a rematch, and that's a lot to think about, but as it turns out, it is another really good match. These forces are really good for you, so you get any options to this one, Adam on the ball, but so far, it still looks like it's taking deep control. Already got a 2-shot lead, and now, what is this punish here? You saw him attempt to punish forward tilt, but Shadow was able to land first lead. I think if he can find an answer to that move, but so far, Shadow moving into 5. Baz got
Yep. Ooh. Fantastic. You still get back aired. After that explosive start, though, only a few stray hits, and JJ is already at, well, a pretty good kill percent. That side B off ledge. It's happened again.
Oh,
that was perfect.
Wow.
That was unintentional, but perfect. Mashing out right there means you just get popped out. You're not on stage. That is unfortunate, but it is a chance right now for Vaz, but they do drop the stock.
He tends to kind of wait on at the ledge. It takes him a moment away from the but if JJ catches on, I'm shocked at himself. That kid, that up around, I like the keep running in on that type of up smash. He was all the options, but the season was just off both times, and that was difficult. Okay. The stocks are actually even between base and Sunny.
For that down tilt, not gonna connect this time. As there we go. There's the down smash right there. Back? No, you're going there. You want dash forward? No. Like, you can control the spacing of it too, depending on how you input it, and it's shown as just one of the most powerful move systems in the game. And Shadow hasn't been able to be quite consistent with the. And I like the liberal use of tilts right here, not putting yourself at significant disadvantage by going for not properly spaced aerials. But speaking of spaced aerials, oh no, Palu's getting the extension all the way up, and Mario, forward smash, up smash, a true combo apparently, as up the outer shield, get some work done, but that flood not properly timed, able to get back there. I appreciate the attempt at a ledge trump, trying to get tricky with it, but going off stage. Very nice stuff right there. As there, ooh, I was about to say very nice stuff, but again, you go for these very exploitable options, and Shadow has shown that they're not going to drop it once. You DI in, they're not. The way in again, they have them at kill percent. They just need to find this last little hit. Even that 2-frame isn't going to lead to a kill anymore. You're out of that range.
Coffee making some solid decisions. Oh,
they're like, okay, let's pretend that never happened. Reset.
Nobody saw it.
The eyes of the casters are always watching. As there, ooh, nice back though. And they use the wind bomb. Not a great way to start.
And here we are in the exact same situation we saw before. Shadow's got control of his face, knows that Coffee is absolutely fiending to try to take a stop. Coffee is going for really big plays. We're seeing him go for down smash with up tilt. Yeah, Shadow down smash. Coffee, meanwhile, being on the stage, fully unscathed by that down air. Oh, but forward tilt actually interrupted Lucian. That's pretty big.
And there's the down smash. Welcome back, everybody, to ECAC. After a amazing victory, we are here with 681 Shadow from Pace Esports. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good, especially after that performance there.
Yeah, and
I can
right off
only
the
imagine.
bat, yeah, you had a great performance in game one, and then you came back and you defeated all 9 stocks. What was the sort of like, were you just warming up? Like, you get more data on them? Like, what was your mentality going into that second one?
Yeah, so I definitely think in general I'm more of like a long-term player when it comes to sets. So I feel like I do a lot better in like the 3 out of 5 versus the 2 out of 3s. So in going into that in the second match, since I'd already fought all 3 of the players on the other crew, I sort of just knew what general habits that they would go for, what their general game plan was, so I was able to adapt pretty well, especially against the Ridley player.
Okay, that's really interesting. Part of my thinking for the other team was that like you seem to be the biggest threat, not only due to skill level, but also Palutena would kind of wipe out most of the other characters the other team had to throw at you. So it definitely seemed like you prioritized taking out that Ridley, and from then on, it seemed like smooth sailing. So you say you're more comfortable with long sets, like 3 out of 5 versus 2 out of 3. Was this your first introduction to playing the crew battle format, which is a little bit more stressful comparatively to the other styles?
Um, I wouldn't say it's my introduction, but I haven't done very many. We've had because we tend to have because we have a Smash Club, which is the where our Pace Esports started on our New York City campus, and we tend to do one crew battle a semester. So I've had those, but nothing as like big as the ECAC.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, it definitely looks like you adapt to the format well. So congratulations to you, especially for being the second person tonight we've seen take all 9 stocks from the opposing team, and also with Palutena. I don't know what's in the air tonight, but congratulations to you for sure.
Yep.
Thank you, thank you.
And with that, I mean, you had mentioned this is your school's first time really venturing into the ECAC, this larger crew battle format. So now that you got this taste of it and you, well, demolished your other team, how are you feeling about your team's prospects here in the ECAC?
I'm feeling pretty good, honestly. I think we have a strong sort of start here, which is really good. It's gonna be really good for us to move forward, but also I think we just have a good, bond between the 3 of us on our Gold One team for the Division A. So I think we're gonna be able to do pretty well this season.
Hey, well, that's very good to hear, and I wish you luck with that. But for now, that's all the time we have. So, Shadow, thank you so much for giving us your time for this interview.
And thank you for having me.
Of
Absolutely.
course. And with that, we're going to start wrapping up here. Thank you so much for watching ECAC on Esports U. Like what you saw, make sure you go down, click that purple follow button, make sure it is dinged. And obviously, check out all the Esports U social media. It just look up CENC, Esports U, whatever you want. We're rebranding, we're consolidating all of the esports under one roof, kind of. And you want to be here for that. But additionally, make sure you check out all of our amazing production staff, namely, we got Colton on production night. Shout out to Colton for weathering through the storm and all weekend too. Additionally, if you want to follow me, check out Kilomiles IRL on Twitter and YouTube and TikTok and pretty much everything else as I get more into content creation.
And yes, of course, 1 Kilo Miles. Thank you so much for running this 3-day marathon with me. This is our third day casting collegiate events in a row. So I think we're both a little bit wiped out. But for the viewers, thanks so much for tuning in and checking us out. I hope you saw some awesome gameplay. If you liked or hated or had any opinion whatsoever about what you saw from my commentary, feel free to follow me on Twitter at PBLK. And if you are an anime nerd, I do also have a very funny, very silly, a little R-rated podcast, which you can follow called Shonen Chumps, spelled SHOUNEN Chumps, not Shonen Jump, Chump. You can follow us on Twitter if you want to hear some fun stories about anime, keep current about what's going on. And yeah, thanks so much for rocking out with me. Miles, has been a pleasure as always, and I think we're going to go ahead and get on out of here. So stay tuned for, well, nothing, because we're done now. So we'll see you guys next time.